In the previous part, we discussed the lighter side of glam, the side that rebelled against the over-seriousness and over-sophistication that overtook the hippie rock world, and took things back to the 3-minute outbursts of early rock and roll. But this rebellion also had a darker side, that forayed the regions that the hippies considered too shady, or too macabre, or too deviant, or too inhuman. The glam artists we shall discuss in this part had their work rooted in those regions, and often presented insights that undermined not just hippie logic, but the logic of the modern Western world in its entirety. Today they are remembered mainly as precursors to punk, but glam had different concerns from punk, and focusing on the punk elements might make us overlook those concerns, and the brilliancy in how they were aestheticized. As with the rest of the series, this episode will attempt to give glam the respect it deserves. We have already pointed out the main differences between glam rock, created mainly in the years 1971 to 1974, and what is now called classic rock, the music that was made by the hippie-dominated rock world, mainly between the years 1966 to 1977. While classic rock regarded 50s rock and roll as juvenile beginnings that we need to grow out of, and aspired to be more sophisticated and profound, offering longer pieces, extended solos, elaborate soundscapes, and weighty lyrics, glam thumbed its nose at it by gleefully returning to those 3-minute eruptions of the 50s. Whereas classic rock presumed to present something more honest and truthful than what modern society usually provides, glam mocked it for these pretensions, and imitated it in a very self-aware and ironic way. While classic rock tried to uncover the real self that is supposedly buried under our social roles, glam implied that there is no such thing as a real self, that identity is something that has to be constructed, and was therefore more theatrical, and celebrated artificiality. Whereas classic rock was masculine and celebrated straight sexuality, glam was androgynous and explored other types of sexuality. And while classic rock tried to stay away from the showbiz game of stardom, glam took its cues from the golden age of Hollywood, on how to construct yourself as a shining rock star. Our discussion of Hollywood led to my distinction between two periods in what I call the pop age. The first period, lasting from 1915 to 1965, is what I call the Hollywood period. The second period, from 1955 to 2005, is what I call the rock and roll period. The Hollywood period, we said, was about living in the moment and enhancing it, while the rock and roll period was about creating extended moments, temporary utopias to live in. The decade between 1955 and 1965 was a transitional phase, in which the mindset of the Hollywood period gave way to the mindset of the rock and roll period. When Elvis Presley broke into American consciousness in 1955, swiftly becoming the king of rock and roll, his next natural move was to seek a career in Hollywood, the peak that any entertainer strove for. By 1965, he was accused, and was accusing himself, of selling out by going to Hollywood, because popular music was now seen as a deep form of expression, deeper than those glitzy Hollywood films. Similarly, the entire Hollywood period was a transitional phase, between the modern age and the pop age. The paradigm that ruled the modern age revolved around the idea of progress, towards creating heaven on earth, but this transitional phase saw events that made the belief in this idea collapse, and made Europe, the birthplace of modern thought, collapse with it. Meanwhile, the pop mindset, born in America, focused on enjoying the present, enjoying the things that modern progress brought us. The pop mediums were all about intensifying the now, making it joyful. Jazz was about improvising music on the spot, creating spontaneous ecstasy. Radio was about broadcasting things live, creating moments that people all over the land could share. Comic books were about quickly churning out stories and striking visuals, that were taken out of present-day modern life. Popular science fiction was about imagining the future possibilities opened by the progress of modern technology, but without the assurance that its future is good. And bringing it all together was Hollywood cinema, the theater of dreams. Hollywood movies, in those days, were produced very quickly and remained connected to the changing everyday reality. The films revolved around the stars, which presented role models on how to deal with this modern reality. Modern art, in the meantime, was aware of its downfall. Take plastic arts, for instance. Plastic arts, painting and sculpture, were always not just about imitating everyday reality as it appears to our senses, but about showing it in a way that hinted at the eternal truth that is behind it. Traditionally, the truth that painters aspired to show was the presence of God and the divine order in our world. But modern painters were different. They were expected to have a personal vision, show what they believed the truth to be, become part of the dialogue that was to lead us to utopia. But the transitional phase began with the Dada movement, which broke every order and every hierarchy, presenting them all as bogus, and ended with pop art, which reflected consumer society and popular culture, implying that they are the truth of human reality, and there is no metaphysical truth that lies beyond. In 1965, at the end of the transitional phase, Andy Warhol, the most famous pop artist, announced that there is nothing more that can be said through plastic arts, and that he shall henceforth be using cinema and popular music, the mediums of pop, as his means of expression. When a period is nearing its end, then, it becomes self-aware, and starts to produce works of art that expose the underlying beliefs it was built upon, that were thought to be eternal, unshakable, and self-evident, as contingent and as about to collapse. The same thing happened to the Hollywood period in the 1950s, and Hollywood films reflected it in many forms, including some movies that mercilessly criticized Hollywood itself. The film that set the stage was Sunset Boulevard, released in 1950, telling of a Hollywood screenwriter who is down on his luck and can't sell a script. Escaping his creditors, he wanders into a large Hollywood mansion that seems deserted at first, but then turns out to be inhabited by a woman who looks vaguely familiar.
Wait a minute, haven't I seen you before? I know your face.
Get out, or shall I call my servant?
You're Norma Desmond. Used to be in silent pictures, used to be big.
I am big. It's the pictures that got small.
I knew there was something wrong.
They're dead. They're finished. There was a time in this business when they had the eyes of the whole wide world. But that wasn't good enough for them. Oh, no. They had to have the ears of the world, too. So they opened their big mouths, and out came talk. Talk, talk.
That's where the popcorn business comes in. You buy yourself a bag and plug up your ears.
Look at them in the front offices. The masterminds. They took the idols and smashed them. The Fairbankses, the Gilberts, the Valentinos. And who have we got now? Some nobody.
Don't blame me. I'm not an executive, just a writer.
Norma Desmond is portrayed by Gloria Swanson, who, like Norma, was a big Hollywood star during the silent era, but fell from grace when that era came to an abrupt end. Joe, the writer, refers to Norma at one point as yesterday's glam queen. In her mind, however, she is still a star, and her sheltered life allows her to maintain the illusion. Joe quickly realizes that her star persona has completely taken over her, that she acts like she's in a movie, and that she believes that the world is eagerly awaiting her return to the silver screen. She hires him to live with her and write a script for her, and he goes along with it. Eventually, however, he decides to go back to the real world, and he tries to tell her the truth.
Oh, wake up, Norma. You'd be killing yourself to an empty house. The audience left 20 years ago. Now face it.
That's a lie! They still want me!
No, they don't.
What about the studio? What about DeMille?
He was trying to spare your feelings. The studio only wanted to rent your car.
Wanted what?
DeMille didn't have the heart to tell you. None of us has had the heart.
That's a lie. They want me. I get letters every day.
You tell her, Max. Come on, do her that favor. Tell her there isn't going to be any picture. There aren't any fan letters except the ones you write.
That isn't true! Max!
Madame is the greatest star of them all. I will take Mr. Gillis's bags to the car.
You heard him? I'm a star.
Norma, you're a woman of 50. Now grow up. There's nothing tragic about being 50. Not unless you try to be 25.
The greatest star of them all.
This tragic tale is about a silent era star, but it manifests the fear that was setting into 50s Hollywood, now threatened by the rise of television, that cinema will end up like what happened to silent movies once talkies came in. In the same year, All About Eve exposed the darker side of stardom from another perspective. Bette Davis plays an aging star of the theatre, who takes in a young fan as an assistant, only to realize that she is a conniving bitch who is plotting to step on her way to becoming a star herself. The film portrays the theatre world as a snake pit, populated by people who presume to be very refined and erudite, not like those boorish masses who watch Hollywood films, but are actually full of venom. It is a warning of what happens to a medium once it stops being a popular expression of the masses and becomes a game for a rich elite, encouraging diva behavior and unhealthy ambition. The movie ends with Eve, the young starlet, announcing that she is going to take her talents to cinema as well, hinting that the same spirit was now seeping into Hollywood. These two classic 1950 films did not deal with contemporary Hollywood, but did begin to show self-awareness of the ideals of the Hollywood period. Movie makers realized that through exploring the mechanics of stardom, you could explore questions of identity. In 1954, Hollywood produced another version of the 1937 hit A Star is Born, taking another look at the subject. The original film was about a poor girl from the American backwoods who dreams of being someone. Well, in those years, if you were lower class and you wanted your name to be known, Hollywood was practically the only way to achieve it. It wasn't easy, though. When she gets to Hollywood, she discovers she has to compete with numerous other girls who have the same dream. Fortunately, a Hollywood star named Norman Maine takes a fancy to her, recognizes the star potential within her, and pushes her through. She discovers, however, that in order to be someone, she has to give up on herself and become someone else. The studio manufactures a star identity for her by altering her appearance, altering her walk, speech and behavior, changing her name, and fabricating her autobiography. This entire sequence is actually one of the best documentaries on how the Hollywood star factory worked throughout the Hollywood period.
Are you a Russian?
No, I was born in Fillmore, North Dakota.
Oh, no. Frey saw light of day in a mountain cabin, a trapper's hut, high up in the Rockies. Go on.
Well, I always wanted to be an actress.
Dreamed of footlights as Lonely Kitty. Are you sure there's no Russian in your family?
Positive.
That's a shame. Well, what does your father do?
He's a farmer.
Social register-eyed father. Fed up with hypocrisies of 400, sought wilderness for consolation. There amidst the mountain flowers, he raised another blossom. His lovely little daughter. What's your name?
Esther Victoria Blodgett.
Greatly appreciating your attention in this matter, very truly.
Do you know what her name is? Esther Victoria Blodgett.
Hey, we'll have to do something about that right away.
Our Nile studio discovers new starlet, a Cinderella of the Rockies. Her name is Vicki Lester. Those who have peeked tell me she couldn't be more divoon. The face of an angel and such natural talents. Her voice is a symphony. Her very walk, they tell me, is enough to drive men mad.
Note that while they do fabricate and romanticize her past, the studio still emphasizes her lowly origins. Thus, she wins the hearts of millions who see themselves in her. She also falls in love with Norman and marries him. It's idyllic for a while, but then the troubles begin. Norman is someone who is prone to drunken antics, and the studio PR system has to work hard to keep the media from printing them. This, however, allows him to continue in his egocentric behavior, instead of working on improving himself. But then, he loses his appeal to the public, his films begin to fail, and then all the people he crossed come to get their revenge. All of this exacerbates his drinking problem, and he enters a vicious circle that brings his downfall. The film, then, shows the phenomenon of stardom from both sides, from the side of creating an identity that captivates the public, but also from the side of how this identity can take over you, and how it can lose its aura if you fail to adjust it to shifting times. The 1954 version is essentially the same, but makes a few notable modifications. First of all, Vicky isn't completely manufactured by Hollywood. When Norman discovers her, she is already a great singer working in a jazz band. In fact, she looks and sounds remarkably like Judy Garland. Norman believes the whole world should become familiar with her talent, and convinces her to try her luck in Hollywood. When the studio tries to make her over, he immediately reverses what they did, and gives her the confidence that what she is already good enough. Another difference is that Norman's downfall begins not because of change in public taste, but due to another reason.
Well, I guess the only way to say it is to say it. They've instructed me to buy up the rest of your contract, to pay you off.
Pay me off? But why? My last two pictures haven't grossed as big as they used to, but neither has anybody else's.
They know that.
Well, what is it then?
You take it?
Go ahead.
They can't afford you anymore, Norman. You're too big a risk. Those big, fat, lush days when a star could get drunk and disappear and hold up production for 2 weeks are over. Even if you hadn't slipped a little, they still wouldn't take the chance. Your record's too bad. No one can afford it anymore.
Hollywood knew that it no longer has the power it once had to control the public image of its stars. It is not accidental that we see a TV set in the background of this conversation. But that's not the only reason. The film suggests that the real culprit in Norman's downfall is his own psychology, that he has a self-destructive character that doomed him from the start. 1930s movies generally regarded humans as constructed by the society they grew up into. In the 50s, they tended to give psychological explanations to human behavior, and in that, they set the stage for the rock and roll period. This 1954 film is still rooted firmly in the Hollywood period. When Vicky gets a chance to be a Hollywood star, she ditches her jazz singing career, because Hollywood was considered a step up from popular music. But this was about to change. The new generation of rock and rollers didn't want to be constructed by others, but constructed their own star persona and autobiography, employing the lessons they learned from Hollywood. By the late 60s, though, there were those who started to see rock music as an expression of authenticity, and moved away altogether from stardom, and from the construction of personas. A similar change happened in Hollywood. Actors now wanted to be admired for their acting abilities, not their star qualities, and directors wanted to be seen as artists, who are there not to cater for the stars, but to make personal statements. By 1965, it was obvious to all that the golden age of Hollywood, the age when the big studios ruled and manufactured stars, was over. One film signaled the end. Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, released in 1962, features two of the biggest stars of the golden age, Bette Davis and Joan Crawford, as two sisters who used to be Hollywood stars, but at different parts of their lives, so one was always jealous of the other. Now that they are both old and forgotten, the animosity between them busts its way into the open. The previous films we discussed treated the fall from stardom as a tragedy, but here it manifests as a horror movie, as one of the sisters imprisons the other and plans to kill her and take her money, believing that she can actually become a star again. This was the final statement the Hollywood period made on the issue of stardom, damning it to hell. But there was at least one person who disagreed. Andy Warhol thought that the move away from the star system ruined cinema. Warhol affected the star persona and surrounded himself with people who self-constructed the glamorous identity, which he called superstars. In the first chapter, we discussed Warhol's factory and how the movies he made revolved around just filming the superstars doing their thing. Thus, he was glamorizing the lives of social misfits, showing a side of America that Hollywood rarely showed, albeit in a very rudimentary way. We also discussed how he discovered a rock band, the Velvet Underground, persuaded them to add the singer Nico to give them more glamour, and created a multimedia show around them. We analyzed the glamorous side of the Velvet Underground, the side that came from their involvement with Warhol and Nico, and we largely disregarded the darker and grittier side of the group, which was actually the lion's share of their work. But in this part, we shall be discussing the dark side of glam, and when we discuss this side, the darker side of the Velvet Underground, represented mainly by Lou Reed, is the undisputed starting point. Lou Reed was a poet of the streets, but he also saw himself as an actor. He would observe the behavior of people and write songs that were supposedly from their point of view, which he would then act through his singing. The songs he wrote for the Velvet's seminal debut album tell of people who are trying to escape themselves, and in that, he undermined the hippie flower power ideology, the ideology of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. The hippies believed that hallucinogenic drugs free you from the false notions that society instilled in you, and help you find and liberate your true self. But Lou's protagonists use harder drugs, and for a diametrically opposed purpose. The junkie that he acts out in heroin is telling us that he wants to nullify his life and become a non-entity, because he cannot deal with the world. There is ecstasy in his singing, but it is the ecstasy of beating yourself into nothingness, hinting that the real self, which the hippies were so busy finding and liberating, may not exist at all. Whereas Run 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 offers a junky version of the psychedelic salvation through a drug trip routine, except that the salvation is not achieved through the liberation of the soul, but rather through selling your soul to the drug. As for sex, the hippies believe that the repression of sexuality is repressing the life force within us, and repressing our ability to love each other, and demanded sexual liberation. But the girl in There She Goes Again is prostituting herself, because she doesn't want to be tied down by relationships, whereas the masochist in Venus in Furs is submitting to another person to forget about life and sink into a kinky dream world. And as Reed's lyrics were deconstructing sex and drugs, John Cale led the band in deconstructing rock and roll, turning it from the sound of your essence bursting out of its confines and filling your world with glee, into a droning sound of sinking into the void. If there is no real self, then the self is a construct, and this is where the Velvet Underground were the perfect foil to Warhol's factory. The exploding plastic inevitable, the multimedia show that Warhol constructed around their music, had Reed singing his songs, while a couple of Warhol superstars acted them out. More importantly, in Warhol's crowd, Lou found the perfect bunch of people to write songs about. Warhol's favorite hangout was Max's Kansas City, in downtown Manhattan, a club that was divided into two rooms, one a conventional restaurant and bar, the other an exclusive back room where only the glitterati were allowed admittance, and drew poets, artists, rock stars, Hollywood figures, and famous groupies. Between the years 66 and 68, this room was dominated by Warhol and his superstars, all dressed to kill and sometimes acting that way, giving Reed lots of material. By mid-1967, the relationship between Warhol and the band soured, and they parted ways with the factory crowd, including Nico. But this world, especially the drag queens who flocked to the factory and were the epitome of self-construction, would feature in Reed's poetry for years to come. It began with the Velvet's second LP, White Light, White Heat, which came out in early 1968. The title track is yet another self-shattering drug experience, but Sister Ray is something new, a long piece about a bunch of drag queens who hire some sailors to have a drug-fueled orgy. And then there's this track.
Lady Godiva, dressed so demurely, at the head of another curly-haired boy. Just another toy.
Lady Godiva's operation starts out as a rather straightforward song about a woman who is dressed in a very elegant way, although the name she calls herself, Lady Godiva, suggests that she is probably assuming a persona.
Dressed in silk, Latin lace and envy, pride and joy of the latest penny fair, pretty passing care.
It is Cale who is singing, in an innocuous voice, but then Reed's voice cuts in, sounding very abrasive and startling, and they continue to deliver the lines in the two contrasting voices, creating a sickly atmosphere.
Doctor is coming, the nurse thinks
sweetly,
turning on the machines that
neatly pump air.
The body lies bare.
It turns out that Lady Godiva is actually in a hospital, on the operating table. The doctors refer to her as a him, suggesting that she is a drag queen. We realize that she is undergoing a lobotomy, probably meant to cure her from her transgender tendencies, regarded as an illness by society. The doctors treat her as a thing, take very little care with what they are doing, and it is suggested that she didn't survive the operation. A very disturbing record that reflects the inhumane attitude towards LGBT people in those years.
Dr. Ryan, life and package, sees the growth, so much habit.
Oh, that must now be cut away.
Now comes the moment of great decision. Doctor is making his first decision.
After this album, alas, Reed and Cale broke up their wonderfully prolific partnership. John didn't like that Lou was moving away from poetry into more conventional pop songs, and felt he couldn't orchestrate interesting music around them. He also didn't like that Lou was increasingly asserting his dominance over the band, and he left shortly after. His replacement was Doug Yule, who was more similar to Reed in approach as well as in looks. Like Cale, Yule was a multi-instrumentalist, but a more conventional rocker. This new lineup released the band's third album in early 1969, simply titled The Velvet Underground, and the opening lines say,
I've come to hate my body and all that it requires in this world.
Candy is Candy Darling, one of the Factory's drag queens, and these lines express her wish, but inability, to escape her biological reality. We are, then, still very much in Warhol's world. As the album plays on, however, the listeners were surprised to find that it is made of fairly conventional love songs, and that it seems to be progressing from sexual, earthly love, towards more emotional and then spiritual love. This is a radical departure from the decadence of their previous albums, but it is still written in Reed's distinct style, and the final track, After Hours, is sung from the point of view of someone who cannot find love, so they escape into the nightlife of the big city. The reality is still urban and bleak.
Can I have your autograph? He said to the fat blonde actor.
The next LP was Loaded, from late 1970. What was it loaded with? Really awesome pop tunes. But it still deals with the usual themes, which makes it, arguably, the first Glam album. The track New Age tells of an aging Hollywood star approached by a fan who realizes that now that she has passed her glory, she is just looking for someone who would love her, so he has a shot.
Over the hill right now, and you're looking for love. You're over the hill right now, and you're looking for love.
He manages to seduce her, proceeding to then exploit her sad condition and turn it into a relationship of casual sex instead of giving her the love that she craves. But then, something is awakened in him. This part is ambiguous. It could be that what has awakened in him was love, and that the new age is a new chapter in his life, in which he commits to a meaningful relationship with the former starlet. Or it could be that he is reflecting on the fall of Hollywood, and the new age in pop culture. If so, what is the thing that has awakened in him, that killed the draw of Hollywood? Another track on the album provides the answer.
Said when she was just 5 years old, there was nothing happening at all. Every time she puts on the radio, there was nothing going down at all. Not at all. Then one fine morning she puts on a New York station. You know, she don't believe what she heard at all. She started shaking to that fine, fine music. You know, her life was saved by rock and roll.
It is claimed that this is an autobiographical song, and Jenny is actually Lou Reed himself. But it can stand for numerous other people of the time, kids who were bored by life in the twilight of the Hollywood period, until one day they heard rock and roll music, and their world was turned upside down. At a time when rock bands were moving away from 50s rock and roll, regarding it as juvenile, the Velvet Underground released an anthem for the reviving power of rock and roll that can save your life again and again. It preempted the rise of glam, which would revive rock and roll and save the new generation from early 70s drabness.
Standing on the corner, suitcase in my hand, Jack's in his corset, Jane is in her vest, and me, I'm in a rock and roll band. Huh.
Sweet Jane offers a different perspective. The singer is in a rock and roll band, but he is reflecting on 1920s people, how they lived their lives. He seems to be nostalgic for those times, when people were glamorous and rebellious, but they were rebelling within a frame of strict gender norms, rules of conduct, and even rules of art. This seems better than working in the nihilistic environment his artistic rebellion is surrounded with. Reed was growing tired of being in a rock band, and wanted greater control over his art. In August 1970, 3 months before the album saw light, he quit the band, and shortly after he announced that he is leaving the music world to pursue a career in poetry. What he left behind, however, were 4 classic Velvet Underground albums, which laid the ground for the pop culture of the 70s. Hollywood was already reacting, starting to explore the world that Reed described in his songs and Warhol captured in his films. Finally free of the production code that muzzled them since the 30s, Hollywood movie makers could now delve into urban realism and show that the world isn't like Hollywood made it out to be all those years. Midnight Cowboy, released in 1969, tells of a young Texan stud who travels to New York to become a male prostitute, believing this is a ticket to a rich and glamorous life. Soon, he finds himself living in the dumps. A lifeline is given to him when he is invited to an acid party, and the party sequence looks similar to how acid parties were usually presented in 60s Hollywood films, with one difference. The partygoers are a lot more glamorous, and are actually made of some of Warhol's superstars, plus actors acting like they are Warhol superstars. This combination of filthy urban life on the one hand, and pop glamour on the other, served as a template for many 70s films. Reed's departure from the music world was short-lived. His creative juices were soon reawakened, pushing him back into rock and roll. There was not much place for him in America, though. The American rock scene was taken over by singer-songwriters, who sang in a very somber, earnest and confessional way about their lives, obeying the counterculture dictum of evading the artificiality of consumer society and being true to yourself. Reed's way of adopting characters in his songs did not fit with this scene. In the beginning of 1972, he moved to London to be part of the revived British rock scene. His eponymous debut album was a critical and commercial failure, and disappointed everyone. But his new location soon brought him into the orbit of the fastest rising star in the British Isles that year, David Bowie.
I'm an alligator. I'm a mama papa calling for you. I'm the space invader. I'll be a rock and roller dance for you.
In part 3, we showed how Bowie conquered the British scene with the Ziggy Stardust persona. We saw that he was trying to solve several problems that the 60s left behind. 60s kids, still bound by traditional ideas, believe that there must be something stable underneath a changing reality, and that this stable thing is the truth that will bring them happiness. So when they found something that brought them joy, they believed they discovered their real self, or the truth about reality, or true love that will last forever. But it turned out that nothing lasts for long, and the joy eventually dissipates. Every youth culture that rose in the 60s was very fun and spiritually fulfilling for a while, but then crashed and burned. The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, released in June 1972, tells the story of such a subculture, but also presents Bowie's solution. The joy, the album tells us, doesn't come from getting in touch with something stable, but from getting in touch with something alien, that pulls you out of your world and transforms you. This transformation is the thing that causes ecstasy, and the ecstasy brings joy. Once the transformation is complete, you come down from the heights of ecstasy back to the mundane existence of everyday life, and the thrill is gone. But you can always find another alien that will liberate you, and take you back to the Dionysian heights of ecstatic transformation. To create the persona of Ziggy Stardust, in order to actually make all that happen in real life, Bowie therefore had to give him an alien image, and he drew on several alien sources, most of which already appear in his previous LP, Hunky Dory. One alien was Andy Warhol's world, which he eulogizes on the track Andy Warhol, and he created Ziggy as a Warhol superstar, an androgynous and glamorous creature who is mostly artifice. Another was the Velvet Underground, which he celebrates on the track Queen Bitch. Bowie, who was writing theatrical songs about urban misfits as way back as 1966, was the first Brit to discover and react to the Velvet Underground. On his first trip to America, in February 1971, he caught their performance in New York, and after the show he went backstage, hoping to speak to Lou Reed. He was not aware that Lou already left the band, and he remained blissfully ignorant because Doug Yule pretended to be Reed, and spoke with the excited British fan for 45 minutes. When he learned that he was duped, Bowie was impressed by this ability to impersonate a star so successfully, and always cited it as one of his inspirations to fabricate the star persona of Ziggy. With Ziggy, Bowie could take another step into this world that so fascinated him. The album cover shows Ziggy as an urban nightlife creature, the neon lighting glamorizing the rather dirty street he is in. But the photo was taken in London, and the reality of London wasn't as harsh and extreme as that of New York. To truly explore the dark world of the Velvet Underground, Bowie had to go beyond Ziggy. Luckily for him, the strength of Hunky Dory got him a deal to distribute his records in America, and the record label he signed with was RCA, the same label that just signed Lou Reed. When Bowie came to New York to seal the deal, in September 1971, the RCA people arranged a meeting between him and Reed, who later took Bowie to Max's Kansas City, where he met another one of his heroes, another artist who represented the wild side of urban America to him, the indomitable Iggy Pop. Once Ziggy hit in Britain, it convinced both Lou and Iggy that the glam scene is where they could express themselves. Bowie, on his part, was using his stardom to promote them to the British crowd, talking them up in interviews and covering some Velvet Underground numbers on his show. In July 1972, they both joined Bowie in a press conference, and a party, that marked their admittance into the scene. Iggy dyed his hair silver and sported a T-Rex t-shirt, while Lou wore platforms, black nail polish, and a suit designed for him by Bowie's designer, Freddie Buretti. Reed, despite being part of Warhol's world, never dressed fabulously, and always preferred wearing all black. But now he glammed up his look, and this was the first appearance of the short-lived character that became known as the Phantom of Rock. In his shows of the coming months, he would add black lipstick and eyeshadow over a white powdered face, and a black velvet suit. More importantly, he announced that evening that David was going to produce his next album. Bowie already proved his chops as a producer, writing and producing the hit single All the Young Dudes for Mott the Hoople, and by that time he was already wrapping production on an entire album for the band, by the same name. Mott the Hoople were known for their rough and exciting live performances, and Bowie saw them as a band that could represent the rougher side of glam. The LP, that came out in September, opens with a cover of The Velvet's Sweet Jane, and contains some other rough cuts, smoothed out by Bowie's glam production. But nothing on it comes near the Velvet Underground. The band rejected the darker songs that Bowie offered them, like Suffragette City and Drive-In Saturday, and he quickly lost interest in them. Didn't matter. By August he was already working on the real thing, a new Lou Reed album, titled Transformer.
Your face when sleeping is sublime. And then you open up your eyes.
Transformer is a glam masterpiece, a perfect summit between Bowie and Reed. Bowie's lush production, with the help of Ken Scott and with Mick Ronson's wonderful arrangements, wraps Lou's dry voice with a combination of old-fashioned cabaret and jolly glam rock, making it shine. Reed, once again, goes back to Warhol's world for inspiration, with songs about drag queens and other figures who transform themselves to artifice. But here it is done through the prism of Bowie's philosophy, focusing more on the process of transformation than on the end result. Makeup is a love song for a drag queen, and how she transforms herself. Funnily, and against what we consider nature, it seems that the singer is sexually aroused the more she puts on her clothes.
When you're in bed, it's so wonderful. It'd be so nice to fall in love. When you get dressed, I really get my fill. People say that it's impossible. Gowns lovely, made out of lace, and all conversation rattling in my head. Oh my, and what shall we wear? Oh my, and who really cares? Just a New York.
The people who populate the album all live their lives as if they are characters in a Hollywood movie. or a Broadway show.
To whom happens all the time. Who has touched and who has dabbled here in the city of shows? Openings, closings.
This track is about a telephone conversation that goes on for hours and is nothing but gossip and meaningless prattle. The singer is driven crazy by it and left wanting something that is real, so he calls someone he loves.
From you all. I am calling, yes, I'm calling just to speak to you. For I know this night will kill me if I can't be with you.
There are, then, things that are more authentic and pure, even in this world of artifice and masquerade. In Satellite of Love, the singer finds out that his woman is cheating on him with other men. He watches news about a satellite sent to space, still a big deal back then, and he imagines that leaving this world can get him to a better place, a place where there's true love.
I watched it for a little while. I like to watch things on TV. Satellite of love.
But he knows that such a place would be only temporary. The nature of modern society is that it incorporates anything pure, and then dilutes and commercializes it.
Satellites gone way up to Mars. Soon it'll be filled with parking cars.
In the modern age, the idea was that we should create the universal enlightened man. Every one of us is a unique individual, but every one of us also holds within them the potential of becoming enlightened. The enlightened man is universal, but none of us is fully enlightened yet. Through a process of dialogue, we help each other overcome the unenlightened parts in us, and develop the enlightened parts. Thus, the universal man grows through history, and eventually we will reach a utopian state in which everyone is enlightened. This is why the modern mind was so hostile to freaks and deviants, such as sexual deviants. They were regarded as deviants because their unique qualities were seen as deviating away from that universal goal. Modern messiahs, on the other hand, were those whose uniqueness was seen as taking us one step closer to that goal. But Ziggy Stardust was a different kind of messiah. Bowie understood that the modern framework collapsed, that we no longer believe in a utopian future. This means that there is no universal man whose traits we all share. But we still do share our traits with some people, which means that we can unite with them and form a loving community together. Ziggy was a true messiah, a messiah that did offer a better world. But that's only as long as you free yourself of the modern, and of the religious, belief that such paradises last forever. The world continues to change, and eventually the paradise is lost. Youth subcultures are a fun thing, but only for a while. They are satellites of love, forming a colony on another planet, but in the end, they fall back to Earth. This is one of the things that distinguished Glam from previous subcultures. Youth subcultures coalesced around musical styles since the 50s, since the birth of rock and roll. Most 60s rock stars emerged out of these subcultures and expressed their values. A glam artist is someone who consciously creates a subculture around them in order to reproduce that fun. They do it by finding unique characteristics within themselves, the musical language that expresses them, and the look that externalizes them. Thus, they offer an identity to those who share these characteristics, and these fans transform themselves by adopting this identity and experience joy and love, at least for a while.
Yes, I am Mother Nature's son, and I'm the only one. I do what I want, and I want what I see. Could only happen to me. I'm so free.
We see why Lou Reed was such an influence on glam. If there is no universal man, it means that the so-called deviants are not deviants at all, just a minority that is different, and their weird traits could also be used to create identities. Lou was already describing deviants, who find ways to express their idiosyncrasies, back in the mid-60s. In Transformer, he also adds some of the insights that Bowie brought into glam. By expressing your unique natural characteristics, you feel free and happy. And then you glamorize your identity, offering it to others to follow.
Won't you be my wagon wheel? Won't you tell me, baby, how do you feel? Yeah, you gotta live, yeah, your life as though you're number one. Yeah, you gotta live, yeah, your life, and make a point of having some fun.
The most famous track on the album is the one that brings it all together. Walk on the Wild Side is a loving portrayal of some of Warhol's superstars, how they created their unique character, and how they found a home in New York that allowed them to express themselves.
Holly came from Miami, FLA, hitchhiked away across USA, plucked her eyebrows on the way, shaved her legs, and then he was a she. She says, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. Said, hey honey, take a walk on the wild side.
Holly is Holly Woodlawn, a glamorous drag queen who even has Hollywood in her name. She is the superstar of the opening verse. Starring in the closing verse is another drag queen, Jackie Curtis.
Jackie is just speeding away. Thought she was James Dean for a day. Then I guess she had to crash. Valium would have helped that patch. I said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey honey, take a walk on the wild side. And the colored girls say, do 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 do.
This paints a darker picture. Jackie is using speed in order to maintain her illusion that she is a woman, but eventually she crashes back to reality where the drug effects fade. This is cleverly tied to James Dean, the actor who died in a car crash due to speeding. These superstars imagine themselves to be glamorous movie stars, but the reality they live in is quite depressing. Transformer is a dark twin of the Ziggy LP, the dark side of glam. Bowie was transforming in order to elevate himself above the boredom of everyday life and live an exciting and joyful existence for a while. Reed's heroes transform because they want to escape themselves. So while Bowie celebrates the freedom found in the postmodern world, the freedom to create whatever identity you want, Reed turns the spotlight on those who are lost in such a world. The album cover, shot by photographer Mick Rock, who would become glam's main visualizer, shows Reed as Frankenstein, an artificial creation like Ziggy was, but made not out of stardust, but out of dead matter. If your nature is unhealthy, then transforming will do you no good. You will never be able to escape what you are.
Just a perfect day. You made me forget myself. I thought I was someone else, someone good. Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you.
Perfect Day is about an ideal day in the park in which the singer is hanging out with a woman who makes him forget for a while how much he hates himself. It ends with This could be him promising this woman that she will be rewarded for this day, but the ominous tone and the euphoria in Lou's vocal lead to the interpretation that the Blessed Woman is actually heroin, and what he is going to reap is withdrawal pains. In another track, Andy's Chest, Lou sounds more cheerful, describing people going through all sorts of funny, fantastic transformations. The title could suggest that they come out of a chest in Andy Warhol's factory. But chest has another meaning. It is also a body part, the part where Andy was shot by Valerie Solanas. Andy loved misfits and surrounded himself with them, but some misfits are misfits because they are actually dangerous to those around them. In the closing track, Lou bids us farewell, like a cabaret singer at the end of his show. This is usually the time when the singer tells us to go and have a good night's sleep, after we've enjoyed the show. Instead, he tells us that he now goes back to his lonely and miserable life, and that we are probably the same. He offered us escape for a while, but now it is time to go back to our unglamorous existence.
Now if I was an actor or a dancer who is glamorous, then you know an amorous life would soon be mine. But now the tinsel light of the star break is all that's left to applaud my heartbreak. And at 11 o'clock I watch the network news.
We would like our life to be like in the movies, but for most of us, that's not the case. The only solution he has for us is to get high, to escape.
Now all night long you've been drinking your tequila, but now you've sucked your lemon peel dry. So why not get high, high and good night, ladies, ladies, good night.
This cabaret atmosphere has an even darker undertone. Earlier in the year, the film Cabaret opened in theaters, offering Hollywood's answer to glam even before glam was a thing. Based on Christopher Isherwood's 1939 novel Goodbye to Berlin, it tells of life in Weimar Germany, in the early 30s, where people flocked to in order to live a free and promiscuous life, in a very liberal Berlin that allowed everything, including so-called deviant sexuality. But the film shows that this tolerant atmosphere was actually a bubble, existing only inside the cabaret theater, whereas outside there was meaninglessness, poverty, growing antisemitism, a yearn for order, and Nazis and communists fighting in the streets over who gets to impose their totalitarian rule. For some, the 70s started to feel the same way.
Heidi, Christine, Mausi, Helga, Betty, und Inge. Each and every one a virgin. You don't believe me? Well, do not take my word for it. Go ahead. Ask Helga. Outside, it is windy, but here, it is so hot. Every night, we have the battle to keep the girls from taking off all their clothing. So, don't go away. Who knows? Tonight, we may lose the battle.
Lou Reed and David Bowie were two of those people, but the collaboration between them, typically for both men, lasted only for that one glorious album. There was, however, a band that did achieve a more solid mix between Velvet Underground artiness and British glam.
I tried, but I could not find a way. Looking back, all I did was look away. Next time is the best time, we all know. But if there is no next time, where do you go?
Like the Velvet Underground, Roxy Music deconstructed classic rock with a combination of pop art visuals, decadent poetry and experimental music, but they did it in a wholly different and original way. Andy McKay was a classically trained player of saxophone and oboe, who was influenced by the ideas of the modernist avant-garde and wanted to try similar ideas in rock and roll. This brought him together with Brian Eno, who was even more far out with his avant-garde ideas, using new technology to manipulate sound into shapes no conventional musical instrument could. Both of them joined Brian Ferry, who studied art under pop art master Richard Hamilton and was looking to form a band around the pop art songs he was writing. The lineup was completed with Phil Manzanera, a guitarist who came from the more experimental side of British psychedelia, and, keeping it all grounded, Paul Thompson, the only non-intellectual in the group, an excellent rock drummer who gave the group an energetic pulse. The concoction they created together was scintillating, Manzanera and McKay's already weird playing being mixed and modulated live by Eno to sound like something that came from another world. While classic rock bands were using their instruments to convey deep and genuine human passions and emotions, Roxy Music used them to make a futuristic and dehumanized sound. And if that wasn't plastic enough, on top of that there were the vocals. Brian Ferry played piano in the same bizarro way as the others, and sang in an infuriatingly unnatural manner, with ridiculous vibrato and other affectations that made his vocals sound like no singer that came before, and yet was oddly mesmerizing. Then there was the look. Eno's busy turning of knobs and dials meant that he couldn't move much on stage, so he compensated by adorning his statuesque pose with a glamorous ladies' look. Ferry was no less salient, coming over all dark and suave like an androgynous Count Dracula. Manzanera had his sparkling bug-eyed glasses, and even Thompson, the more butch part of the bunch, was dressed in ostentatious fashion. Like Bowie, Roxy Music's attitude was ironic towards the hippies and their classic rock. But Bowie was ironic only about parts of it. He parodied the hippie belief that they can change the world for the better, and for good, but he still valued rock's ability to take some people to a better world, for a while. Roxy Music mocked the whole thing, presenting rock as nothing but a showbiz, commercial endeavor. Roxy was the name of a brand of cinema theaters, so the band's name conveyed the idea that there's nothing to their music beyond glamour. Even more than Bowie, they were aware of packaging, marketing and media manipulation, and employed them masterfully. Their eponymous first album came out in June 1972, 10 days after the Ziggy Stardust album, and upped the glam ante. The cover looks like a cover of a fashion magazine, with a beautiful model sprawled across a bed in an alluring pose, a marketing ploy that hinted that this music was all about surface. But her pretty face is contorted in anguish, hinting that there's something rotten under the eye-candy exterior. And this is the thing to remember about Roxy music. While they were ironically presenting rock as just a fake surface, they were not just about surface. Their art meant to show that hippie optimism wasn't just fake, but also harmfully hiding the dark reality that the world was now entering. The album opens with sounds of a fancy, high society party, but then the band starts to play, and it's not all wine and roses. Fairy's songs on this album are mainly love songs, but the heroes, even though they desperately want love, are incapable of forming meaningful, long-term relationships.
Now that we are lonely, life seems to get hard. Alone, what a word, lonely. Alone, it makes me cry.
This undercuts what Ziggy Stardust was about. Bowie was celebrating the freedom to be a Nietzschean hero, who always transforms himself in a new exciting way once the old way had run its course, and forms a new community with new people he can love. Roxy music showed that this ephemeral nature of reality is part of the modern world anyway, people drifting from one relationship to the next, and that most people have a hard time finding contentment in it. Who can show us the way to happiness? Well, as a glam band, they turn to Hollywood to find the role model. 2HB is a paean to Humphrey Bogart, but while most songs about Bogart celebrate his toughness or his existentialist individualism, this one is about one specific scene, the final scene in Casablanca, where he willingly gives up his lover. The singer wants to be like Bogart, to be able to control when he loves a woman and when he gives her up. But life isn't the movies. The other tracks show that you usually just end up lonely and miserable.
Words don't express my meaning. Notes could not spell out the score. But finding not keeping's the lesson. Here's looking at you, kid. Hard to forget. Here's looking at you, kid. At least not yet. Your memory stays. It lingers ever. Fade away never.
In the closing track, Bitter's End, the party sound returns, and this time it sounds like the band had blended in, singing a cutesy melody to entertain the partygoers. Roxy music, too, were aware that everything ends up being incorporated.
Note his reaction, acid sharp. Should make the cognoscenti think.
All the album needed now was a hit single to promote it, and Ferry came up with the goods. Virginia Plains starts as a story of how the band struggled to make the big time, and then takes us to the reality of big time. A glamorous world made up of movies, pop art paintings, and assorted Americana. It's a fast life, and there's some fun in it, but also the feeling that he is sinking.
Throw me a line, I'm sinking fast, clutching at straws, can't make it. Having a sound, I'm trying, hard as the hips to driving wood. Last picture shows down the driving.
This garish ensemble of artificiality, camp, glamour, consumerism, and decadence was absolutely abhorrent to hippie eyes and ears, so preoccupied with the importance of being earnest in music. Their art went over the head of many in the rock world, who failed to recognize themselves in the grotesque mirror image that was placed before them. They wrote the band off as poseurs, who will never make it. True, Bolan and Bowie succeeded with something similar, but they at least had an undeniable knack to write catchy pop tunes. Roxy music, in comparison, looked and sounded like some ersatz high school experiment. And yet, to everyone's dismay, this bizarre, alien sound found instant popularity among the youth. Virginia Plain, released in early August, became a hit, taking the album with it. The band promptly became the opening act for some of David Bowie's most memorable gigs, riding Ziggy's glittery coattails to even greater fame. It was a triumph for Bowie, too. After he opened up a space for artistic expression in the glam field, others could now follow, and evidently, they did.
What's her name, Virginia Plain?
The summer of '72, then, was a glorious time for glam, an exciting time for British pop. Nothing really thrilling has happened since 1969, but now, suddenly, it came back to life in multicolor. Ziggy Mania overtook the land, T-Ecstasy was still going strong, Roxy music was a hot new sensation, Lou Reed and Iggy Pop joined the scene, and the airwaves were full of anthems. Mama We're All Crazy Now was an anthem for the sheer fun of glam. Starman was an anthem for its power to shock and transform you. Metal Guru was an anthem for the glam star as your guru and idol. Rock and Roll Part 2 was an anthem for glam's bringing back rock and roll. Virginia Plain was an anthem for its pop art connection. And All the Young Dudes was an anthem for its urban realism and youth disaffection. But rock and roll was never just about youth disaffection. It was also the sound of youth rebellion. And the greatest anthem of youth rebellion, for that summer, actually came from the States. It came from a bunch of Arizona high school buddies who got together around their shared love for trashy horror flicks and TV shows, and, in the wake of the 1964 British invasion, formed a band. Phoenix, however, was not a liberal place like the coastal cities, and growing your hair long could generate a violent reaction, a fact that made them develop a confrontational attitude, wanting to shock their audience. The band went through several name changes, including the Earwigs, years before Mark Boland used this name for his mock bubblegum band, and the Spiders from Venus, years before David Bowie thought he came up with a really cool and original name. Eventually, in 1969, they settled on the name that, as the legend goes, came to them during a séance, in which they were overtaken by a spirit that informed them that her name is Alice Cooper, and that the lead vocalist, Vince Fournier, is her reincarnation. The research revealed that Alice Cooper was the name of a 17th century witch who committed suicide days before she was to be burned at the stake, and was now apparently back to get revenge. They decided that the band shall become her musical manifestation, while Vince would assume her character, and so Alice Cooper confusingly became the name of both the singer and the band. And the name did, indeed, end up determining the direction they took. Once they became adults, in the late 60s, the band moved to LA, the center of psychedelic rock. They released 2 LPs with music that was somewhere between the Mothers of Invention and Pink Floyd, only nowhere near as good. Their music left no impression, but where they were unique was in their appearance. Now close to Hollywood, they decided to glamorize their shock rock, and, in accordance with the feminine name of the band, started wearing trashy women's clothing. In time, they elaborated their look and started wearing costumes, coming up with new ways to incense the crowd. Also compatible with the name was their love of horror, and they started to incorporate elements of horror into their act, Alice himself wearing heavy black eyeliner, which by 1970 expanded into what looked like 2 scary spiders around his eyes. Their notoriety grew, and legends started to spread about the degenerate and cruel acts they perform on stage, rumors that they gladly helped promote. At the end of '69 they relocated again, this time to Detroit, a city that had a much wilder rock scene, and welcomed their attitude. They were also popular in New York, especially among the crowd of Max's Kansas City, but they were still lacking in good songs to perform. Enter Bob Ezrin, the producer assigned by the new record company, Warner Brothers, to work with the band, was of their age group and completely inexperienced. But he had fresh ideas, and he was also classically trained, and knew how to infuse musical drama into the theatrical songs that they were writing. With that dimension, suddenly, their music became a force to be reckoned with. On January 10th, 1971, months before T-Rex did it on British TV, Alice Cooper already introduced Glam when they performed their new single on the TV show Detroit Tube Works, complete with glittery spacesuits, makeup, and feminine manners.
Lines form on my face and hands. Lines form from the ups and downs. I'm in the middle without any plans. I'm a boy and I'm a man. I'm 18 and I don't know what I want. 18, I just don't know what I want.
The song, I'm 18, is an anthem for those stuck in the confusing limbo between teenage and adulthood, posing Alice Cooper as the new voice of American youth, dispossessed by rock's becoming adult-oriented music. But if you listen carefully, there's more to it. It is also about the dread of being trapped in a body that is constantly aging, reminding you of your mortality, realizing that you have a short time to do something with your life, but having no idea what. The success of the single led to an album, Love It to Death, which expands on this feeling. Tracks like Caught in a Dream, Long Way to Go, and Is It My Body are all about feeling that there is something inside your body, some spark, that wants to grow into something great, but you don't know how to ignite it. These are just straight 3-minute pieces that showcase the band's ability to rock, but a 9-minute epic Black Juju, with its combination of eerie psychedelia and creepy lyrics, takes the feeling into a different direction. Devoid of the spark of life, the singer takes a shot of heroin and sinks into a night where he dreams himself to be nothing but a dead body, buried in the ground. Like the Velvet Underground's junkie, he feels that nullifying himself is the best trip of all. But then he comes back to life, emerging out of the trip as a fiendish being, wanting to devour everything life has to offer. To dramatize this dance with death, the band performed a mock execution on stage, in which Alice would be strapped into an electric chair and electrocuted, but instead of dying, it would ignite the spark in him. Just as their British glam counterparts did, They also have a track that idolizes a Hollywood actor as a role model. But it isn't one of the legendary stars of the silver screen. It is Dwight Fry, who played deranged characters in classic horror flicks of the 30s and 40s, and was known as the man with the 1000-watt stare. Alice incorporated some of Fry's mannerisms into his own performing style, and here the band pays great tribute to a name not known to many. Ballad of Dwight Fry is about a man held in a mental ward, which becomes a metaphor for life itself, in which we feel trapped and slowly going insane. On stage, Alice would sing it while trying to wiggle his way out of a straitjacket, and many got the message. The overall message of Alice Cooper was that the darkness that they portray resides in all of us, but no one in the rock world, save perhaps Jim Morrison, who died shortly after the album's release, dares to deal with it. It was time to bring some grand guignol into rock and roll, and they were just the ghouls to do it. Mastering the blend of rock and horror voices, from evil to creepy to maniacal, Cooper affected a distinct vocal that sends chills down your spine. In Hallowed Be My Name, he presents himself as someone who theatrically represents this darkness for us, and thus allows us to experience it and deal with it. Thus, he becomes a liberating, messianic figure. The band found its identity, and its sound. It moved away from drag, which wasn't going to fly in America anyway, and focused on the horror and violence. The album was only mildly successful, but their theater of gore packed their performing venues every night, and their infamy grew and grew. This led to the release of yet another LP, later in the year, that kept the momentum going. While Love It to Death was mainly about dealing with mortality, Killer focuses more on the killer inside us. Again, they draw a lot from cinema, including direct musical quotes lifted from Hollywood soundtracks, or songs that exist in a movie world. But the standout track is Dead Babies, with a chorus that sounds like it celebrates the killing of babies, specifically designed to mortify the listener. It was even more shocking on stage, where Alice would use a big sword to butcher baby dolls, and would get summarily executed for it. When you listen to it in its entirety, however, it is a song about a little girl who dies due to parental neglect, and it is hinted that the parents actually celebrate her death, because she was too much trouble. It wasn't just gore, then. The band was actually using the trappings of horror theater and film in order to shed light on real, everyday horrors. Killer saw the band perfecting its formula, a combination of hard rock, theatricality, quotes from Hollywood movies, orchestral flourishes added by Ezrin, and the kind of sounds that typify horror film soundtracks. Before that, such sounds were used in pop music only as a gimmick, usually in novelty records. Alice Cooper made them an integral part of rock. The stage act became ever more elaborate, and Alice performed increasingly dangerous stunts, turning the show into an actual life-or-death situation. He portrayed a villain, a manifestation of our dark side, and when he would get executed, this time by hanging, it provided release for the crowd's sense of justice. American teenagers, naturally, found all this irresistible, and Alice Cooper became the new rock boogeyman, the newest way to scare your parents. The band responded with an album for these teenagers, containing songs about school and songs about prison, implying that they are basically the same. School's Out was thus a perfect ruse to grab the hearts of kids, but here the arty side of the band was actually a disadvantage. Since there's not much horror in this premise, the soundtrack elements came from the world of musicals, especially West Side Story, and this blend of hard rock and Broadway jazz wasn't as successful. It did, however, contain the anthemic title track, which thrilled school kids all over the world by ending with the school being blown to pieces, and became a massive international hit. Released in April '72, it hit Britain just in time for the summer, when the band launched its European tour. Their first performance in the UK was back in late 1971, and wasn't a smash. Now, with the PR team pulling some brilliant publicity stunts to get everyone to know about Alice, they filled Wembley Stadium in late June, and with Roxy music as the opening act, made their bid for the throne of Glam Kings. But was Alice Cooper really glam? The high priests of dark glam, Lou Reed and David Bowie, dismissed the notion that Alice was doing the same thing as them. There are, indeed, some notable differences. They were more trash than camp, more demonic than glamorous. Their shock value came not from androgyny but from horror, and, most importantly, they didn't seem genuine. While Reed and Bowie were using Hollywood glamour and gay camp to convey real existential crises and problems they were going through, Alice seemed to be just theatre that had nothing to do with the band members' lives. The teenagers, and the culture guardians, may have bought all the myths about the satanic debauchery of the band, but those who were in the business saw through them. However, to say that Alice Cooper's theatre had nothing to do with reality is wrong, as they were using it to reflect the world around them, and inside them. There was much that they shared with the glam bands. The hard rock sound blended with orchestral grandeur, the theatricality, the makeup, the Hollywood inspiration, the attack on hippie naivete, and the honest portrayal of the reality of the 70s. In this series, I shall regard any rock act that has enough glam elements in it as part of the story of glam. Which brings us to the next act we shall introduce into our story.
A flower? Go down to Boulevard to look for butterflies, butterflies, butterflies. Open your eyes, it's full of surprise. Everyone rises and picks in the rocks. And the musical box. Yes!
Genesis was different from the acts we discussed so far. To begin with, it wasn't working class, but formed by 4 buddies who went to the Sane public school, which is what the Brits call a private school, and got a middle-class education, replete with old Victorian values. Typically, their musical education and taste was a mesh of classical theory and 60s pop. Their debut album, released in 1969, was titled From Genesis to Revelation, and is notable for the Christian motifs in it, that will linger on in their future work. The tracks are basically 3-minute hymns, showing man reveling at the beauty of creation and trying to find his place in it, and the music is somewhere between the Moody Blues and the Bee Gees. It lacked distinction, and didn't sell. But then, later in the year, they heard King Crimson's debut album, and a whole new world of possibilities was opened before them. This had been brewing for a while. Ever since Bob Dylan introduced intelligent and contemplative lyrics into rock and roll in 1965, some rock fans turned away from dance music and wanted music that demands of you to sit down and listen. The advent of psychedelia brought records to sit and meditate to, or even lie down and sink into. The side of psychedelia that did dance did so to acid rock, which was long improvisational jam sessions on electric guitars and keyboards. When the psychedelia moment ended in 1968, some acid rock bands, like the Grateful Dead and Pink Floyd, started to impose forms and structures on these elongated pieces, and this opened the door for young European musicians who were classically trained and wanted to create rock symphonies. The outcome was progressive rock. In the Court of the Crimson King set the standard, presenting rock with elements of classical music and jazz, pieces that show internal progress from one musical structure to the next, and lyrics that aspire to lofty poetry. It already displays most of the maladies that will plague prog rock, as well, like unnecessarily long pieces, pointless doodling, and taking itself too seriously. But the music is so magnificent that it makes it all work. It turned out that there was actually a large crowd for prog, especially in Europe, where many people were still in the modern mindframe and didn't make the switch into the pop age. By 1971, prog supergroup Emerson, Lake and Palmer was already dominating the album charts. Genesis, too, decided to turn progressive, but there was one thing that set them apart from other prog outfits: their frontman. While the other four band members played their instruments sitting down, like some chamber music quartet, the singer, Peter Gabriel, sang on his feet and moved around, emanating the charisma of a rock star. He alone shall be our focus, because, although his bandmates were all gifted musicians and creators, they were anything but glam. Gabriel is a different story. Peter Gabriel grew up in a countryside to the south of London, basically around the place where the Martians landed in H.G. Wells's War of the Worlds. It shows in the songs he wrote, which display love of nature on the one hand, and on the other fear of alien forces that come to destroy it. His main love was American soul music, and his singing is soulful, but from the start it also contained a touch of theatricality, which would set the band apart. Their second album, 1970's Trespass, brings these qualities to light. Again, there are many nature scenes, but it is also combined with influences of church music, which set a very pastoral and tranquil atmosphere. The tracks are unjustifiably long, dragging at times, but at least they use some of that length to tell stories or stage little theatre plays, perfect vehicles for Gabriel's vocal delivery. In White Mountain, he tells a fantasy tale of a wolf that broke from the pack in order to discover a hidden truth that only the Wolf King may know, and eventually pays with his life for it.
Howling for blood when our leaves on the pack, plunging through forest and snowstorm.
It is a parable for the violence of the herd against the knowledge-seeking individual, and it serves as a backdrop for the bigger story, told in the other tracks. The overarching theme is that man lives in this world that God has forsaken, but he still needs God, needs a meaning. He looks at nature and tries to find the metaphysical truth behind it. The closing track, The Knife, is different from the rest, a violent track that cuts through the tranquility, telling of a cult leader who believes he found the truth that will liberate us, and leads his people in a bloody revolution to bring peace on earth.
Stand up and fight, for you know we are right. We must strike at the lies that have spread like disease to all minds. Soon we'll have power, every soldier will rest, and we'll spread out our kindness to all who our love now deserve. And you are going to die. Now our freedom, and I can't
After much bloodshed, they seem to win in the end, but no peace is brought to the earth. It is, then, yet another rock album about a messiah, like Ziggy Stardust or Tommy, aimed to warn us against the revolutionary tendencies of the late 60s. The Knife showed the way forward, away from the pastoral hymns and towards audacious theatrical rock, full of witty wordplays and puns in the best British tradition. Some more personnel changes, especially the addition of the Dynamo drummer Phil Collins, gave them the attacking sound that they needed. In 1971 came the album Nursery Crime, and cemented their identity. It contains some lovely ballads that deal with existential questions through parable and metaphor, but the highlights are the long theatrical pieces. The Fountain of Salmacis is a reenactment of a story by the Roman poet Ovid, out of his book Metamorphoses. It tells the story of Hermaphroditus, a demigod, who gets lost in a forest one day, and is seduced by the nymph Salmacis, who is beguiled by his beauty and wants to be with him forever. She asks the gods to make them as one, and they become one creature, who is both male and female.
Away from me, cold-blooded woman, you're fastest on nothing will cause us to part, hear me all. An earthly calm descended from the sky. Strangely merged, forever to join as one.
Bringing up this old mythological fable is not just a flight of fancy by the band. What we have here is a clash between the Victorian values that they grew on and the world of Ovid, where everything can metamorphose. The Victorian world was divided into strict binary categories of sex and gender, but hermaphrodites are a thing that exists in nature and belies these categories. Under the surface of the Victorian mind dwelled a nature that opposed it, and the fear that runs throughout the works of Genesis, especially those written by Peter Gabriel, is that something will arise from our inner nature and take over us, make us metamorphose into something else. Here they do it by relying on Greek mythology, but elsewhere they make up their own stories. The musical box has a backstory attached to it that tells us it is a fable about an 8-year-old boy who was inexplicably murdered by his 9-year-old playmate. She then goes through his things and finds a musical box, but when she opens it and lets it play, the spirit of the boy appears before her. The record enacts what happens then, as the boy goes through a transformation, his body aging rapidly and starting to get adult urges, while his mind remains that of a child and cannot understand them. It culminates with him sexually assaulting her, until the nurse comes in and breaks the box, making the spirit disappear. It is a metaphor for growing in a prudish and sexually repressed society, like they experienced in the public school, in which you are not taught how to handle the sexual urges that you feel, and the result is that your sexuality gets twisted to the point of harming others.
She is mine. Oh, brushbacks, you're here. And if we get to know your flesh, I've been waiting here for so long. And all this time you passed me by.
This theme of nature rising up against Victorian values also appears in The Return of the Giant Hogweed. The background is a true story. The giant hogweed was brought to England by Victorian-era explorers, a large, poisonous plant that was kept to gardens, but eventually escaped and started spreading fast in the countryside. Genesis turns it into a humorous tale of the hogweeds marching on London in order to get revenge on the humans, and eventually winning and conquering the land. It is a story of nature rebelling against its exploitation by the humans. Conversely, it can be a metaphor for the Commonwealth immigrants who were flooding England and were starting to be regarded as a problem. In 1971, Gabriel's theatricality was a weird oddity, but 72 was the year of Glam, and that gave him license to embellish. And embellish he did. In May, he introduced one of the weirdest haircuts in pop ever, shaving a line into the front of his scalp, and added heavy makeup for good measure. But the real breakthrough came in September, when he decided to take the image of the fox in the red dress from the cover of their upcoming album Foxtrot, and, without informing his bandmates, wear it as a costume. The other guys, serious prog rockers, may not have approved, but the crowd went wild upon seeing this monster. Genesis became the talk of the town, and promptly ordered more costumes for Gabriel to wear. The upshot was that they became associated with Glam, to the point where they even briefly opened for the Phantom of Rock, Lou Reed. Gabriel, at the time, got repeatedly compared to Bowie, but there's a difference between them. Bowie's costumes were expressing the identity of Ziggy, and later Aladdin, who was his onstage, and often offstage, persona. Gabriel's costumes were specific characters that came from the songs, and he adorned them only for the duration of that song. For Bowie, the overall message was that you should be in control of your changes. Take your inner powers and mold them into identities that are your own creation. The picture portrayed by Genesis shows the individual unable to control the changes, that come from the subconscious and manifest as monsters that take over. Then again, there is a path to salvation in the music of Genesis, a metamorphosis that can bring happiness. Foxtrot came out in September, their first commercial success. The standout track is Supper's Ready, their most famous creation. Running over 23 minutes long, you brace yourself for one of those plodding prog mammoths, but it is so delightfully surreal, whimsical, intriguing and majestic that it keeps you hooked. It starts with two lovers reuniting and sharing a moment in their sitting room, but then some supernatural event changes the surroundings and takes them on a journey. We are introduced to two archetypal figures. One is called the farmer, and he believes in organic growth, in allowing nature to take its course. The other is called the fireman, and is the leader of a cult of scientists who are trying to engineer nature according to their vision, a process that indeed began when man learned to control fire. But the fireman believes he can completely bend nature to man's will, bring peace on earth, turn it into an eternal sanctuary for humanity. We are warned, however, not to be deceived by these promises of science, and indeed, the fireman eventually leads his forces to do battle on those who disagree, bringing carnage instead of peace.
Wearing feelings in our faces with our faces took a rest. We walked across the fields to see the children of the West. We saw a host of dark-skinned warriors standing still below the ground.
After the battle, the lovers walk across the field of corpses and run into a wounded soldier who looks at his reflection in the pool, contemplating his nature. They are in the world of nature again, a world of transformations that are out of our control, and they witness such a metamorphosis, as the soldier eventually turns into a flower, like Narcissus. This takes them deeper into the world of the farmer, and they find themselves in a place called Willow Farm. But they find that here, too, unnatural changes are taking place, as these farmers don't let things go organically, but are using magical means to turn anything into anything else. The lovers undergo metamorphoses until nothing is left of them but the seed, the part that cannot be changed. Someone, probably the farmer, then takes these two seeds and plants them in the ground, where they find others who are like them. While they are in the ground, the forces of science and the forces of magic do battle, which turns into a rocking rendition of the apocalyptic war in the biblical book of Revelation. But then, another change takes place. The seeds emerge out of the ground, fully formed. Humanity has finally completed its growth and is ready for the transformation that will actualize its potential. The theme of lovers reuniting returns, but this time it is about humanity reuniting with Jesus, who has come again to this world to bring the final salvation. With the Lord leading them, and with the power of rock and roll on their side, the lovers win the apocalyptic battle and establish heaven on earth.
Joins the ocean as the drum in the sea goes. We're finally free to keep it whole.
We are, then, still firmly in the modern mind frame. All the changes that we can control ultimately don't change much. There is a historical process that is taking place, over which we have no power, in which the seed within us, the essential seed that is unaffected by the changes we make, grows according to its own nature, until man actualizes his potential to establish a heavenly utopia on earth. This is the Hegelian perception of progress, and here it is also combined with the Christian belief in the second coming. And this is where Genesis is different from Bowie. Unlike Genesis, Bowie did not allow any notions of a larger cosmic process that will eventually justify all the hardships to enter into his work. He was out of the modern mind frame. There's no direction to history, and all we can do is find ways to control our changes and make them work in our favor. This is why Genesis is ultimately prog, and not glam. Not just because their theatre was more commedia dell'arte surrealism than Hollywood glamour, but mainly because the glam acts were all already in the pop mindframe. But Peter Gabriel was a glam artist, stuck, at least initially, in a prog band, and this is why he belongs in our story. October marked the arrival of a new recruit from America, and this time it was championed by the likes of Lou Reed and David Bowie. It came from New York, a city that wasn't very big on rock and roll, but, thanks to the Max's Kansas City crowd, had a taste for glamour and androgyny. New York was a place where you could question gender norms, so strong in other parts of America, and many kids did. They even listened to British glam, having no one in America to represent them. Until 5 guys came together on a mission to bring back some old-fashioned, filthy rock and roll, kicking against the soft rock sounds that have taken over American radio. Their origin was in a Brooklyn band called Actress, but after some lineup changes, they became New York Dolls in early 1972. They had a lead guitarist who called himself Johnny Thunders, a bassist who called himself Killer Kane, and a rhythm guitarist who called himself Sylvain Sylvain, and they had singer David Johansen, whose lips were even bigger than Mick Jagger's. The Dolls drew from the New York streets and dressed in drag, not because they were sexually confused, but because they wanted to be flamboyant and outrageous like the Rolling Stones and the Faces, and show that they were not bound by social norms. They didn't try to look feminine, but combined men's and women's wear to create a trashy amalgam that offended the eye. It was gaudy and vulgar, and the vulgarity extended to their stage antics as well. The problem was, they had no venue to play in. New York clubs would generally not hire unsigned bands to perform on their stages. Fortunately, it was once again the Warhol crowd that came to the rescue.
I'll be down to get you in the wheelbarrow, honey. Taxi fares cost not too much though. Now, honey, don't be late. I wanna be there.
This is Eric Emerson, a Warhol superstar, performing for other superstars in the May 1971 party. All covered in glitter, a look that became associated with Iggy Pop. Emerson had his own band, the Magic Tramps, and he convinced the Mercer Arts Center, opened that year by a couple of artists who wanted a place to display their experimental video art, that having rock and roll shows could help them finance their endeavor. Starting from May 72, New York Dolls quickly became the premier act on the scene. The Dolls finally gave New York kids a local band to follow. They inspired others to dress trashy and form glam bands that weren't as good, although some members of these bands would later move on to a new scene that revolved around a club called CBGB's to establish the New York punk scene. But that's another story. In 1972, no one in America, save those involved in the Max's Kansas City scene, cared for a band dressed in drag. The Dolls realized the British glam scene would probably be more welcoming, and started touring the UK in October, opening for Lou Reed among others. Alas, in early November, tragedy struck, as drummer Billy Mercer partied too hard and died of overdose. This paralyzed the band for a while, but gave them greater notoriety and the record contract. With new drummer Jerry Nolan, they were preparing to give the American answer to British glam. The question of what was real glam and what wasn't, then, could simply be a question of geography, as Bowie himself was about to find out. When Ziggy embarked on his American tour, lasting from September to December of 1972, he was treated in the American music press in much the same way that Alice Cooper was treated in the British music press. While the Brits regarded Alice as using crass Yankee violence to create cheap provocation, the Americans regarded Bowie as using perverted limey gayness to create cheap provocation. In fact, both acts were dealing with contemporary problems their societies were embroiled in, and using the appropriate imagery for doing so. But as Bowie was touring American cities, he could see that Ziggy was not the messiah America needed. In November, he released a single, The Gene Genie, about an alien who lands in New York City and tries to blend in, but realizes that he doesn't belong. The record still celebrates and glamorizes this alien, but also decries the meaninglessness of his existence.
Gene Genie, bills on his back. Gene Genie loves him to stash. He's outrageous, sings on it all. The Gene Genie lets us all go.
On his way back, taking a ship due to his fear of flight, Bowie was already writing the songs for his next LP, trying to capture the Gene Genie in his lamp, and figure out what made him feel this way. The result was Aladdin Sane, an album that took Glam into the realms of paranoia, depression and madness. The name is of course a pun, telling us that he dwells in the twilight zone between Aladdin Sane, an artist trying to make sense of the world, and Aladdin Sane, a human who feels that he is losing his mind in this world. For the first half of 1973, Bowie would continue to tour and perform as Ziggy, but he was actually Aladdin, playing Ziggy on stage. Aladdin had a Japanese wardrobe, signifying that Ziggy has become a kabuki monster, not a real manifestation of his inner self anymore. While the Ziggy concerts were just regular rock concerts by an androgynous rock star, Aladdin turned every song into a little theatrical mini-play.
Now Ziggy play guitar, jamming good with weird. Yeah. And the spiders from Mars, when they played it left hand, but it made it too far, became the special man.
The album, similarly, does not have a narrative and a main character like the Ziggy album, but every track tells its own story. But they all revolve around the themes presented by Ziggy, and how Bowie views them now, after being a rock star for a while, and after touring America. Half the tracks are connected to a specific American city, and how it made him feel. The album came out in April '73, a month after another LP that dealt with insanity. Pink Floyd's The Dark Side of the Moon saw light, becoming the most successful progressive rock album ever. The head act of Glam and the head act of prog were going head to head, and this is a perfect opportunity to highlight the differences between the two genres. Pink Floyd were not your typical progressive rock band. Starting out in the British psychedelic scene, they were also a successful pop group, headed by the flamboyant Syd Barrett, one of the main role models of glam. After Syd fell victim to his copious LSD use, however, the band went in a different direction. Disavowing the game of pop stardom, where you have to present a personality to the crowd, they prefer to let their music do the talking. Their album covers no longer featured their faces, and they became another name on the prog rock circuit, until, in '73, they changed direction again. Prog bands usually shied away from dealing with the real world, and wrote songs that were more like fairy tales. Sometimes, like in the case of Genesis, they were metaphors for real-world issues, but more often they just dwelled in some phantasmagorical or spiritual realm. The Floyds, led by their main lyricist Roger Waters, turned to social commentary instead. Still very much with a modern frame of mind, they regarded man as a being that should grow organically, but is trapped in a system that twists his growth. The human side is represented in their music by the vocals and by David Gilmour's emotional guitar, and the cold, mechanic system is represented by synthesizers and machine sounds. In Dark Side of the Moon, they deal with madness, and what it is about the modern world that makes people go crazy. The album begins with the sound of a heartbeat, and a song about breathing, establishing the organic nature of humanity. But then, the system comes in. On the Run is an early techno track that portrays the frantic pace of modern life, which never allows you to rest. It transposes into a track called Time, which is about what happens when you do try to rest. If you allow yourself to waste time, they sing, you fall behind, and miss your chance to achieve something with your life.
Tired of lying in the sunshine, staying home to watch the rain. And you are young and life is long, and there is time to kill today. And then one day you find 10 years have gone behind you. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun.
Compare that to Aladdin Sane, that also has a track called Time. It is a cabaret song, in which humans are likened to actors on the stage of time, not knowing what the play is about. Time, meanwhile, is likened to a whore that spreads her legs before us several decades wide, waiting for us to impregnate it with meaning. But he acknowledges that not all people have a problem with it, and most of them just play the part ordained for them by society. Those who are like him, however, look for something deeper, and if they fail to find it, they need to use distractions to take their minds off the passage of time. It doesn't work, though. The thought that you are getting old is always there, at the back of your brain, and sneaks up on you occasionally to remind you. On stage, it was dramatized by Mick Ronson pouncing on Bowie, as his guitar would emit a shriek of terror, the feeling that seizes us when this happens.
that's the meanest star they ever had. Steal from my legend, the films that I made. Forget that I'm perfect, because you just got paid.
But even if you do manage to find a meaningful way of life, it is not the end of it, because reality continues to change, and what is meaningful and truthful today may become meaningless and bogus a year from now. The hero of Cracked Actor is a former Hollywood star who during the golden age of Hollywood was known as the cleanest star of all. But now times have changed. The 70s audience wants stars who are dirty and gritty, and he is stuck with his clean persona that has become like a stiff shell that he cannot remove. The only joy he gets is when he hires prostitutes for sessions of hard drugs and rough sex, in which he feels the pleasure of cracking and punishing that clean persona that enslaves him, by acting in the most unclean way imaginable.
Show me a real smack, baby, smack. It's all that you feel. Suck, baby, suck. Give me your head before you start professing that you're not looking at.
Pink Floyd never went this deep. Waters still believed in the modern age notion that once an individual finds out who they are and lives their life accordingly, it would bring them happiness. In their next album, Wish You Were Here from 1975, they will tell their own version of the rise and fall of a rock star, the story of Syd Barrett. But they put all the blame on the machine, on the music industry that sucks the artist dry to get more money. There's no blame put on Syd himself, or the culture around him, how he had to live the lifestyle that his persona demanded, until it destroyed him. Bowie, on the other hand, was well aware that any identity he adopts can be happy only for a while, and if he doesn't shed it in time, it will become a stiff shell, like that of the Cracked Actor. In Watch That Man, Aladdin is separating himself from Ziggy, looking at his actions, and realizing that he has become a fool who no longer represents his inner passions, but is playing for the crowd. And when you have such self-awareness, you can also find solutions. What solutions do Pink Floyd offer? Well, after time, they tell us that some people seek the solution in the afterlife through religion that offers eternal salvation in heaven. This leads to the great gig in the sky, an outbreak of a scream out of the subconscious that happens when we think of our mortality. But while Bowie portrayed it as a shriek of terror, Pink Floyd stylized it as a celestial female orgasm. When life is as hard as Dark Side of the Moon portrays it, death becomes seductive. For people who are vital and want to explore earthly life and the abundance of experiences it has to offer, death is the worst thing that can happen. But if you convince yourself, as Dark Side of the Moon does, that earthly life is just toil, rat racing, dissatisfaction and misery, you might come to think of death as an escape into an eternal paradise that is just one sustained orgasm. The underlying message is that this belief in eternal heaven is just an expression of the eros. In modern, Freudian thought, the eros is seen as the essential life force that drives humans. The eros seeks pleasure, and we need to sublimate it to the point where it is pleasurable without being harmful. This idea that the eros is essentially a healthy thing, and not sinful as Christianity portrayed it, is what led to the sexual revolution of the 60s, that demanded to liberate the eros from its repression. Pink Floyd was still part of this mindset, and the great gig in the sky implies that religion exploits this yearning in us, promising to satisfy it in full in the afterlife, in order to get us to bow to it in our earthly life. We must therefore free ourselves from the crazy notion that paradise is in the afterlife, and instead construct our society to satisfy the eros in this world. In modern thought, this was pretty self-evident, but Bowie challenges even this notion.
Let me put my arms around your head. Gee, it's hot. Let's
In
go to
Drive-In Saturday, Bowie portrays a future society that survived the nuclear holocaust and lives in domes to protect itself from the fallout. But some kids are left out of the dome and have no education. They still want love, but they don't know how to make love. So they watch old movies and listen to old rock and roll records, trying to learn from them how to do it.
to get it on like once before. When Jagger stared in people's eyes and scored, like the video films we saw. His name was always Buddy, and he strung an ass and stayed.
What is Bowie saying with this science fiction fable? By portraying sex as something that needs to be learned, he is implying that it, too, is nothing but a construct. There is no eros that is the unchangeable core of our existence. The sex drive, like everything else in Bowie's world, is something that can rise and fall. After years of sexual evolution, which by the 70s led to outright promiscuity, sex was not as exciting as it used to be. Drive-In Saturday implies that the sexual revolution was actually an apocalyptic event, and will end up killing the joy of sex altogether.
Hard enough to keep formation with this fallout saturation.
The next track on Dark Side of the Moon is Money, in which Pink Floyd named the culprit responsible for all these problems: capitalism. It is capitalism that allows greed to reign supreme, and it is the constant chase after wealth that creates the hectic pace of life described on the previous tracks. The track, then, suggests that capitalism is the thing that creates this greed, not human nature. It implies that greed is something that humans can transcend one day, when they create a utopian world that doesn't care about wealth. This is what Marxists believe, and although Waters wasn't officially a Marxist, the effects of Marxist thought are manifest in his art. Later in the album, the track Any Color You Like is an instrumental that just repeats the same musical phrase again and again, supposedly reflecting our so-called free society that allegedly gives us free choice, but actually all choices it offers us are the same. This view, that all choices in liberal society are the same, is the price one pays for believing in a future communist utopia, since it makes them see only this utopia as the real choice, and then all other choices lose their flavor, and they cannot appreciate the diversity in our world. Waters was one of the people trapped in this mindset. Ironically, the success of the album made the band members rich, and Waters would always find it hard to reconcile his personal wealth with his anti-capitalist stance. A more nuanced criticism of capitalism, from a prog band, was provided later in the year by Genesis. The previous albums already contained tracks that showed the dark sides of capitalism, like Harold the Barrel, about a restaurant owner who loses his mind after going bankrupt, so he cuts off his toes and serves them to his customers. Or Get 'Em Out by Friday, about greedy landlords who abuse their tenants, ending in envisioning a future when people will be genetically engineered to be only 4 feet tall, so they can fit more of them in one building. Those were little comedy mini-plays, betraying the influence of Monty Python's dark surreal humor. Now, they were ready to make a grander statement.
Can you tell me where my country lies? Cried the uniform to his true love's eyes. It lies with me, cried the Queen of Maybe, for her merchandise he traded in his price. Paper late, cried a voice in the crowd. Old man dies, the note he left was signed on Father Thames. It seems he's drowned, selling England by the pound.
In Selling England by the Pound, Genesis turned their gaze to the effect that capitalism has on traditional English culture. How everything that was once sacred or revered is now being commodified, replicated, traded, and degraded. To aestheticize it, they blend their theatrical rock with traditional English folk, and somehow make it work, resulting in a luxuriant texture of sounds. In their witty and metaphorical way, they describe how the English give up on traditions for the sake of momentary pleasures, how they become decadent and fat as a result, how the country is being divided into ganglands, and how the rich continue to get richer at the expense of the poor. But what is the alternative? The masterful Firth of Fifth, one of the most celebrated works in prog, talks about those who try to find it. The song likens reality to an ever-changing river, but most humans are afraid to sail on it, and would rather close themselves in the island of the comfortable and familiar, remaining there like sheep in a pen. Some, however, leave human society and go sailing across the unknown. Alas, eventually they are lured by the sirens, by ideas that promise them a happy and steady land. They are then taken on a wondrous musical trip, but there is no such land, and eventually they just fall victim to those ideas and get swallowed by the sea. The only solution that is offered is to remain in the pen until the shepherd comes to deliver us. Again, an allusion to the second coming.
Dino songs urge the sailors on, till lured by the siren's cry.
If there is no alternative, then the only solution is to accept the economic system that we have and make the most of it. In I Know What I Like, the singer is a man named Jacob, who has always been told by society that he should work hard to make something of himself, but withstood the pressure and chose his own path, and now he is happy with who he is.
It's 1 o'clock, and time for lunch. Poundy-downdy-down. When the sun beats down, and I lie on the bench, I can always hear them talk.
There's always been asshole. Jacob, wake up, you got to tidy your room now. And then Mr. Lewis, isn't it time that he was out on his own? Over the garden wall, 2 little lovebirds, cuckoo-cuckoo. Keep them moving sharp, I know what I like, and I like what I do. Getting better in your wardrobe, slipping one beyond your shoe.
Jacob, we learn in the end, is a lawnmower, presumably one of the lowest jobs society has to offer. But he sees it differently. After telling us that he knows what he likes, he tells us that he has stepped beyond our show. That is, beyond what we believe one should do. And also that he is getting better in our wardrobe. He wears the clothes that we create, but he makes something of his own out of them. A lawnmower is someone who doesn't go against nature, but takes what grows organically and shapes it, instead of making everything synthetic like capitalists tend to do. The recurring theme in the work of Genesis is that this is the way to happiness. Another type of people who go against nature are those who still believe in the possibility of utopia. Genesis, as we have seen, maintain the belief that utopia can happen at the end of an organic growth process in human nature, but reject the idea that contemporary humans can engineer and fix the world. When you accept that, you're also not driven crazy by capitalism, but find your place in it like Jacob does. What drives the anti-capitalist crazy is not the frenzied pace of life in the capitalist order, as Pink Floyd would have it, but the belief that there could be something better. The mind of the pop age accepts that liberal society, with its blend of capitalism and social programs, is the best humanity can hope for, at least for now, and that any attempt to change it will only make things much worse. Of course, the radical left, and Pink Floyd, would disagree, and would claim that the nature of man is good, but cannot manifest itself because the current system conditions us against our nature. Set humans free of the system, they claim, and their benign nature would prevail. This is the belief that Aladdin Sane deals with in Panic in Detroit. The singer is a Detroit resident who realizes that the city is in chaos. A group of radical left terrorists instigated an attack and caused panic and mayhem. One of the terrorists, now on the run, appears on his doorstep, and he gives him shelter. The terrorist is elated, convinced that now that the system has been shaken, the people will rise up against it and establish a communist utopia, because this is what their true nature would drive them to do. But the singer doesn't seem to be interested in these ideas. He treats the guest like a rock star, and we see that he has a pop mindset, which doesn't even comprehend these modernist Marxist notions. As the anarchy grows, though, he does eventually get taken over by his nature, and goes out on a spree of vandalism and plunder. The police, meanwhile, uses the chaos as a pretext to impose draconian measures. The terrorist failed. It turns out that greed is not imposed on us by the capitalist system, but is part of human nature, and his actions only made things much worse. When our protagonist comes home with the loot, he discovers that the terrorist had committed suicide. For a more complete Glam statement on capitalism, from that year, in fact just 7 weeks before Aladdin Sane, let's go to our Detroit band, Alice Cooper. Actually, with this album, they were no longer a Detroit band, neither in location nor in sound. Recorded mainly in London, Billion Dollar Babies is a glam rock album, through and through. The band comes up with a string of catchy pop zingers, and Bob Ezrin wraps them in a thick, slick wall of sound, not unlike what Tony Visconti was doing with T-Rex. It is helped by some additional musicians brought to make the band sound flashier, including Flo and Eddie, T-Rex's backup singers. And when you listen to the lyrics, you detect a change in attitude.
I used to be such a sweet, sweet thing till they got a hold of me. I opened door for little old lady, I helped the blind to see. I got no friends 'cause they read the papers, they can't be seen with me, and I'm getting real shot down, and I'm feeling mean. No more Mr. Nice Guy, no more Mr. Clean, no more Mr. Nice Guy. They say he's sick, he's a
What Alice says here is this: all the horrible stuff I did on stage was supposed to be just theatre, while off stage I was just a regular bloke. But you, society, treated me like a monster, and this has finally got to me. So now I am going to become that monster you made me into, and turn the world into my stage. So basically, becoming more like Bowie.
no more Mr. Nice Guy, no more Mr. Clean.
The first single of the album came earlier, in September 72. Just before the US presidential elections, Alice Cooper announced his candidacy in song, representing a third party, the Wild Party. Presidential elections were taken seriously back then, and even many in the counterculture believed it is important to participate and bring Nixon down, but Alice mocks the entire thing. He mentions the problems in the country that need solving, but declares that he doesn't care. His presidency will be dedicated to the rock and roll lifestyle. It satirized the real candidates, implying that they don't care either, but it says more than that. It conveys a feeling that it doesn't matter who wins the elections. The political process cannot make the world better. This sentiment wasn't new. Many 60s counterculture figures called on the youth to drop out of the political game, since it is useless. But with that, they also called on them to try to make the world better through freeing their mind, or through other slogans about a spiritual revolution. Alice Cooper declared rebellion on that as well, a post-hippie attitude. In the title track, Alice has a lover which he calls a $1 billion baby, but it turns out that she is a rubber sex doll. This isn't about embracing a new spirituality, but about embracing artificiality. In Generation Landslide, Alice refers to the entire young generation as $1 billion babies, who embrace artificiality, and deposits himself as their leader, here to affirm their degeneracy. Basically, the album as a whole takes the T-Rex formula of glamorizing urban life with its fancy cars, fast women, and constructed identities, and puts a sick twist on it. It takes some of the wild rumors spread about Alice Cooper over the years, and makes songs out of them, glamorizing his alleged monstrosity. What $1 billion Babies says is, if there is no better alternative to capitalism, and to the life we have today, then the thing to do is aestheticize it, and have some fun. From the album cover that looks like a snakeskin wallet, to some of the other images and accessories contained within, it's about how to market your deviancy to succeed in the capitalist world, on your own terms. But some of the tracks also show awareness of the dangers of doing so. Unfortunately, not enough. While Bowie's Ziggy Stardust was a study into pop stardom, aimed at avoiding its pitfalls, $1 Billion Babies isn't that clever, and the band started to show all the signs that Ziggy warned against. Alice may have thought that the monster he was portraying is just a character, and allowed that monster to get embroiled in the excesses of the rock and roll lifestyle, but the result was that he, and the rest of the band, were developing a drinking habit. And the aggrandizement of the character was putting him above the band, creating a rift in the ranks. In the meantime, though, all was well. The album that celebrated wealth became a massive international hit, reaching #1 on the albums chart, even though it came out on the same week as Dark Side of the Moon. Speaking of which, the track that follows Money is Us and Them, and it deals with violence and war. Again, the capitalist system is blamed for turning humans against each other, and the claim is that if humans had a choice, they would not do it, but the rich and powerful are instigating wars, so they can get even richer.
And who denied it's what
Who will deny it? Pretty much anyone who honestly looks at the world will deny it, because reality shows us that war actually is what we humans choose to do, in the name of our ideologies, identities and beliefs, and the governments are just doing the will of their people when they go to war. Bowie's take on this issue can be heard, again, on Panic in Detroit. The record is well structured at first, but under the surface, a jungle beat is pounding, reminding us that human civilization is just a thin crust over an animalistic nature. As the city falls into chaos, the jungle rhythm finally bursts through and takes over. The guitars begin to wail like police sirens, and the backing vocals descend into screams of terror, as our protagonist, and everyone else, revert to their savage origins. The implication is that violence is at the heart of man, it cannot be transcended, and at most we can mitigate it by creating an order that directs it to unharmful outlets. The reason Bowie placed this explosive story in Detroit wasn't Alice Cooper, but another Motor City band, the Stooges, the band that had come to symbolize the breakdown of urban America. The band's frontman, Iggy Pop, would push himself every night to greater daring stunts, doing whatever came to mind, the wilder the better. In 1970, American TV audiences got their first chance to witness this phenomenon. Iggy would smear himself with anything, including, occasionally, glitter. When Bowie invited him to join the glam scene, he responded by adopting a glam look that included silver hair, glitter, and makeup. The Stooges were practically disbanded at this point, but Iggy reformed them, in a slightly different lineup and under the name Iggy and the Stooges, a moniker more fitting the glam attitude of focusing on the star. Left without a record label, Bowie took them into the label he formed and mixed their new album to be more friendly to the glam ear, somewhat toning down the volatility of the music. The cover, shot by Mick Rock, shows Iggy in all his glittered out glory, but you can also see that this is someone a lot more psychotic than your regular glam rocker. And the album lives up to it, and to its title, Raw Power. Iggy just roams the streets of the decaying big city, driven by youthful energy that has no healthy outlet, a ticking time bomb ready to detonate. He is seeking meaningful human relationships, but can find only temporary flings. But mostly, he is seeking thrills, the more powerful and dangerous, the better. Thrills of sex and violence and mind-blowing drugs, thrills that make him feel alive for a while, but are ultimately meaningless and leave him with bad memories that haunt him. Not to mention addiction to deadly substances, which the Stooges were infamous for. It is a manifesto of nihilism, loneliness, desolation, aggression, and cruising towards an early death. Iggy and the Stooges, like Lou Reed, found new life thanks to glam, and became associated with the genre for a short while, giving glam more street cred. Iggy was considered glam because of the look, because of his relationship with Bowie, and because he represented some of the darker themes glam dealt with. But in actuality, beneath the glitter, there was nothing glam about Iggy and the Stooges. With hindsight, This album was the first fully fleshed manifestation of punk. For Bowie, the Stooges represented the reality he saw in America, the reality the world was marching towards. By 1973, the death of the modern age, of the dream of a perfect future society, was already visible for all to see. The two world wars were not enough to do it, since the victory over the Nazis actually led to a spurt of optimism. The post-war consensus all over the West was that a democratic welfare state is the way to go to get to our utopian goal, and it led to unity. But the failures of the welfare state were now being felt, and the consensus and unity were breaking down. Radical leftists believe that the failure of democracy means the revolution is coming, and try to precipitate it through terrorism, like the radical in Panic in Detroit. On the other side, the promiscuity of the hippies, the immigration crisis, and the rise in leftist radicalism led to a conservative backlash, and to the re-emergence of the extreme right. Meanwhile, the wars in the Middle East led to an oil embargo by the Arab states, causing an energy crisis and exacerbating the economic downturn. And the bloody wars in Vietnam and Cambodia were still raging on. While Pink Floyd regarded war as something caused by the rich, Bowie saw it as coming from human nature, which means that wars happen when civilizations dysfunction. And that, coupled with the state of the world, created the anxious, mind-losing character of Aladdin Sane. The opening track on Aladdin Sane is Watch That Man, about the downfall of the Ziggy character. The second track introduces the new character. Aladdin Sane 1913, 1938, 1917 ? By its title alone, implies that we are on the eve of another world war. It starts prettily, with a romantic piano accompanying Bowie telling the tale of Aladdin, who lives a hedonistic lifestyle, vainly looking for meaning, without realizing that a war is coming. But then, the piano starts going into convulsions, as reality hits him in the face. Pianist Mike Garson, the new addition to the Spiders from Mars, came from the world of avant-garde jazz, and here he provides a nerve-shattering solo, discordant throughout. This sets the tone for the entire album. The strongest tracks are those that start out glamorizing some American city, but we then get the feeling that this city is sitting on the mouth of hell, which tries to break in, until eventually the song goes through some sort of mental breakdown, and hellish images abound. And if that's the reality of American cities, then it is the reality of our Americanized world as a whole. While Pink Floyd were blaming the system for all the problems, Bowie was blaming the state of the world on his beloved youth culture, which had taken a bad turn and is leading us towards an apocalypse. Then again, this also means that we can do something about it. While Dark Side of the Moon ends in insanity, and tells us that we will all get there eventually, Aladdin Sane offers a way out. The closing track, Lady Grinning Soul, is a soothing love song about a woman who is different from you, who comes into your life and imbues it with new meaning. On the literal level, it is about the ability of another person to provide solace and save you from losing your mind. On a metaphorical level, it's about finding a new viable culture, which saves you once your old culture loses meaning.
But she won't stake her life on you. How can life become the point of view?
In 1973, however, Bowie could find no such culture, so he ended up just killing Ziggy, shedding him like dry skin, and went on looking for music that would revive him, revive youth culture, and revive the world.
She will be your living end. She will be your
In every dream home a heartache, and every step I take takes me further from heaven.
Roxy music were no less unsettling. Their second album came out in March, about a month after $1 Billion Babies, and in a way provided the darker version of Alice Cooper's sardonic celebration of capitalism. In this song, the singer is a man who achieved financial success and built himself a dream home, but he is all alone there, alienated from society, his only companion a blow-up sex doll. Like Alice Cooper, then, Ferry is singing a love song to a rubber woman, but while Alice did it in mock celebration of artificiality, meant mainly to annoy those who believed music should celebrate organic humanity, Ferry is chilling. The millionaire seems to be actually in love with the doll. Driven away from human contact by his strive after success, this artificial world becomes his reality.
Inflatable doll, my role is to serve you. Disposable darling, can't throw you away now. Immortal and life-size, my breath is inside you. I'll dress you up daily and keep you till death size. Inflatable doll, lover ungrateful, I blew up your body, but you blew my mind.
Not just his reality, everyone's reality. In 1972, Roxy music still took a stance that separated them from the world they were mocking. Their experimental approach made some listeners categorize them as a progressive rock band, but they rejected this categorization. Bitter's End, the closing track of their first album, sounds pretty, but the florid lyrics and the tone of Ferry's voice leave little doubt that he is being ironic again, and mocking the pretentious lyrics of prog. When the party sounds come in, it sounds like they are saying that prog rock is just music made by those who want to make so-called quality music, so they can make money and become part of high society. This ironic stance separated them from prog, but then they found themselves categorized as glam, which, to their horror, quickly became swamped with the likes of teen idols like Sweet, Gary Glitter, and even lesser acts. The title of the new album, For Your Pleasure, shows their feeling that they were being swallowed by the entertainment industry. The cover, once again, looks like it is taken from a fashion magazine, but the dominatrix look of the model, the panther, the limo, and the urban background infuse it all with a sense of menace and dread.
This man is on his way as fast as he can run. He's tired, but he'll get to you, shoot you with his gun.
The track Bogus Man talks about a man who is trying to catch and kill you, and he is getting closer as the song progresses. But in the last verse, we are told something else.
Bogus man is on his way as fast as he can run. He's tired, but to get to you and show you lots of fun.
After he kills you, he will show you lots of fun. The bogus man is the part of you that wants to give in to the consumer society around you and immerse yourself in it, forgoing your own personality. Ferry evidently felt that this bogus man is catching up to him.
There's a new sensation, a fabulous creation, a danceable solution to teenage revolution. To the Strand, love, when you feel love, it's the new way, and that's why we say, do the Strand.
The album opens with Do the Strand, an invitation to learn a new dance. Such records were abundant in the early 60s, when rock and roll was all about new dances. It went away when acid rock came along, and demanded that everyone just dance freely, without learning any dance steps. Roxy music bring it back, name-dropping some of those 60s dances and even earlier dances, and telling us that this new dance is even more fabulous, so fabulous that people from many different cultures, plus all sorts of pop culture icons, are all doing it. It all sounds great, but there's one little thing missing. They never tell us how we are supposed to dance it. What are the steps? It's all flash and no content, implying that this is what all of rock music has become.
If you feel blue, look through who's who. See like
We are noticing two new things in this 1973 performance. First, Ferry is wearing a more traditional man's suit, moving away from the glam look that no longer symbolized otherness. Secondly, he has moved to center stage like a traditional frontman. Because as he was lamenting the incorporation of glam, Ferry was also giving in to the pressure of the record company to become more like a regular rock star. The bogus man was, indeed, taking over.
Sphinx and Mona Lisa, Lolita and Ganica, did the Strand.
These changes were caught on camera in two performances of editions of You. Like on the first album, many tracks deal with the ephemeral nature of love and the inability to form relationships that last. But in the first album, the heroes were actually looking for lasting love. In this album, true to the feeling of the bogus man taking charge, they don't really care. Editions of You suggests that all girlfriends are just editions of the same thing, like commodities. This performance is before the album came out, introducing the new, yet unheard, material. Here, Ferry is still in spangly regalia. A few months later, he is already decked in a very snappy white suit, a striking look that will be with him for a while. It is Glam parodying Glam, putting a twist on its androgyny by showing that a man's suit can also be glamorous. Thus, Ferry managed to once again distinguish himself from the rest of the bunch. Meanwhile, Brian Eno is still effeminate. Eno didn't like the new direction, and felt the band is becoming just a regular rock act. He was yearning to do even more experimental stuff, with some of the more adventurous prog rock artists. When he mimes to Ferry singing, it feels like he is putting a campy twist on his new masculine look. The band was being torn apart by a battle of egos between the two Brians. Shortly after, in June '73, Eno was out. From here on, Roxy Music became a different band, and its story shall be told in future episodes. In July came the long-awaited debut album of New York Dolls, offering the missing link between the Stooges and Glam. Eponymously titled, the album rocks throughout, although for music that returns to basic 3 minutes rock and roll, the songs contain a surprising number of inner changes that give a sense of fluidity and keep the listener on their toes. Some of the tracks are just fun, glamorizing the urban world. But mostly, it is about breakdown. There's a sense of desperation, with the Vietnam War and the threat of nuclear annihilation in the background, which leads to the feeling that you should seek as many thrills as possible in the time you have to live. But this only leads to isolation and loneliness, and the bad side effects that come with excessive sex and drugs. True to a glam act, they sing about overthrowing the identity that society foisted upon you, and constructing an identity for yourself. But those identities often turn out like a Frankenstein's monster, or get incorporated by others, or just lead to a personality crisis.
Personality, ever seen it starting to blur? Not like one. Personality, when your mind starts to plan. Got so much personality, flashing on a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. Personality, wondering how celebrities you ever met. Looking fine on television. Personality crisis, got it while it was hot. It's always such a note of frustration. All you got.
In Berlin, by the wall.
The mood of glam was turning darker, reflecting the darkening times of the world around it. And this was the cue for the emissary of darkness, the poet of urban sewage, the man who first introduced all these themes into rock, to make his statement. Transformer made Lou Reed a star, and RCA was expecting him to follow it up with another Bowie-produced hit. But Lou had different plans. He was going to use his fame to create art, and he recruited Bob Ezrin to produce it and bring his dramatic touch. They decided that they will take one of the tracks from his first album, titled Berlin, and expand it into a double album epos. The song Berlin was about a common glam theme, the fleeting nature of human relationships, telling a story of lovers breaking up. Now, in the LP Berlin, Lou was going to take a deeper look into the dynamics of these doomed relationships. The album begins with the sounds of a German birthday bash, singing happy birthday to a woman named Caroline. But then it fades, and we realize it was just a memory. Lou comes in and reminisces.
In Berlin, by the wall, you were 5'10" tall.
It sounds like a Cabaret song, and the fact that it takes place in Berlin invokes the movie Cabaret, making us feel like we are in Weimar Germany, in a society that is breaking down, but is too busy partying to notice. But he mentions the wall, which puts us in present-day Berlin. The split city becomes a metaphor for lovers who eventually become split, and Reed drew from all his past relationships to tell this story. The second track, Lady Day, establishes the couple as two social misfits, later to be named Caroline and Jim, who hook up over their love of music. He even calls her Lady Day, Billie Holiday's nickname.
But when she passed the bar and she heard the music play, she had to go in and sing. It had to be that way.
The third track, Men of Good Fortune, seems to have nothing to do with the concept, but is actually important as it establishes the overall approach. He sings about rich people and poor people, how each have their own problems and try to solve them, but says that he doesn't care. This is not an album that tries to offer any solutions. Glam already exists in a postmodern world that doesn't believe society can be fixed.
All those great things that life has to give, they want to have money and live. But me, don't care at all. Caroline says that I'm just a toy. She wants a man, not just a boy. Oh, Caroline says. Ooh, Caroline says. Caroline says she can't help but be mean.
As the album continues, the relationship becomes increasingly more toxic. Initially they gave each other solace, but their psychological problems that made them misfits in the first place are eventually turned against each other. She mistreats him and sleeps with other men. He becomes bitter and starts abusing her. They both become junkies. On side A, there's still some love between them, although the hate is growing. Once you flip it over, it all descends into hell.
Caroline says, as she gets up off the floor, why is it that you beat me? It isn't any fun.
This is one of the most poignant songs ever written about domestic violence, but it is only the beginning. On the next track, we are told that social services have taken their children away because of their drug habit and her promiscuity. Caroline is distraught, while Jim is too happy to see her suffer to care that he lost his children as well. It ends with the heartbreaking sound of children crying and asking for their mother. And urban legend has it that Ezrin told his children that their mother died and recorded their reaction. This was denied, and you want to believe that humans would not do such a thing. But this album leaves you with very little faith in humanity. On the next track, Jim tells us that Caroline committed suicide, and he remembers that he did feel something about it, but he's not sure what. The album closes with Sad Song, in which Jim remembers their good times, but resolves to move on. He describes it as overcoming the sadness, but it is actually him trying to repress his guilty conscience. He pretends it is a sad song, but it is in a major key, and the mood is of relief and happiness that this is over.
I'm gonna stop wasting my time. Somebody else would have broken both of her arms.
Unfortunately, RCA refused to release this downer as a double LP, and Ezrin had to cut it down to single album size, harming the integrity of the piece. The album was released in July in the UK, where it did alright, and in October in the US, where it flopped. Nowadays, despite being mutilated, Berlin is considered a masterpiece, but in '73, when most people still had the 60s spirit, many people just now starting to realize how awesome the Beatles were, the world wasn't ready for Berlin. The album was panned by many critics, devastating read. To add insult to injury, in order to get RCA to agree to the Berlin project, he had to pledge to follow it up with a more commercial album, as well as a live album, and now he had to deliver. Fortunately, Ezrin was there, once again, to help him with the latter. That year, Ezrin began to assemble a crew of session musicians who would accompany him on all his productions. The backbone were two ace guitarists, Steve Hunter and Dick Wagner, who already displayed their prowess on Alice Cooper's Billion Dollar Babies. They also did their thing on Berlin, and now this duo was hired by Lou to be part of his live tour band, on which he unveiled his new persona, called the Rock and Roll Animal. Gone was the man who never moved on stage while singing to a monotonic musical drone. The Rock and Roll Animal was a wild glam rocker, with a band that rocked hard. The resulting live album is a classic. The tour was very successful, and one of the things that drew people to it was his scary physical condition. Lou was now living on a diet of alcohol, speed and heroin, and it showed. With his buzzcut trim, white face and skeletal body, he looked like a dancing corpse. In the mid-70s, this was considered cool. Many people went to rock concerts to see human train wrecks perform before them, and Lou gave them what they wanted. In 1974, he bleached his hair blonde and added another theatrical stunt to his performance, wrapping the microphone cord around his arm and mimicking shooting up. The crowd lapped it up. He still needed to provide a commercial album as well, and he responded with the middle-of-the-road Sally Can't Dance. The songs are just short vignettes out of everyday life, displaying Reed's morbid humor, and the production is in the classic rock mode. The title track is about a former model and star who turned to hard drugs that ruined her. Again we have the theme of a fallen star, but here it is even more miserable, conveying the atmosphere of the fall of glam.
Sally can't dance no more. Sally can't dance no more. She took too much meth and can't get off of the floor. Now Sally, she can't dance no more.
For Lou, this album was a throwaway, just to honor a contract, and he didn't put much effort into it. Unsurprisingly, it became his biggest selling LP ever. Disgusted, he bid goodbye to the whole game of pop stardom. Lou Reed would go on doing his street poetry, but not as a glam rocker. By 1974, it was obvious that the glam moment was over. Several records lamented its death, among them Teenage Lament 74 by Alice Cooper, a hit single in the beginning of the year. It came off the new LP, Muscle of Love, released in late 73, and it was one of the few bright spots on a very disappointing album. With Bob Ezrin away, busy working on Berlin, the music lost that something extra he always brought to it, and with the band members already suffering the results of their self-destructive lifestyle, the songs they wrote were subpar. Not to mention, there is no monstrosity and gore anywhere to be found.
The name was Hard-Hearted Alice, but you don't seem to be any hard-hearted guy.
Well, the movie is about Alice, though. This isn't Alice. You know. Alice is a, you know, I can't be Alice all the time because he's a little bit too dangerous.
Alice, meanwhile, was now busy separating himself from the ghoulish persona he played on stage. In interviews, he presented himself as an all-American nice guy, a refined gentleman who enjoys playing golf in his spare time. This harmed his image, but more tragically, it betrayed his own lack of self-awareness about his failure to separate his persona from his everyday life. Alice was one of the founding fathers of a group of rockers who called themselves the Hollywood Vampires, essentially guys who would hang out in bars and drink each other under the table. Led by notorious drinkers like Keith Moon and Ringo Starr, they were the 70s answer to the 50s Rat Pack. He told himself that drinking with them was something Alice Cooper was doing to bolster his image, denying that Vince Fournier has become an alcoholic. He was deteriorating along with the rest of the band, and becoming yet another case of rock and roll suicide. Bowie, meanwhile, was nursing a cocaine habit, but this didn't stop him from continuing to be artistically amazing. When he announced his retirement on stage in July '73, many kids were heartbroken, but they soon found out that the announcement was made by Ziggy Stardust, not David Bowie. The next project Bowie set his sights on was a musical adaptation of George Orwell's 1984, and he wanted to do a TV special around that theme, but didn't get the approval from Orwell's estate. Instead, he relied once again on wordplay, and called the special the 1980 Floor Show. The show was shot in London in October, but was aired only on American television, and it is still Aladdin doing his thing, treating every song as a different mini-play, with its own costumes and choreography. It also contains a couple of new numbers that belong very much in Orwell's dystopian future.
You'll be shooting up as usual, like tomorrow wasn't there. Beware the savage shore of 1984.
Unable to follow his initial plan, the story morphed in Bowie's mind and became an original sci-fi dystopia. The result was Diamond Dogs, an LP released in May 1974. The story takes place in a near-future world that has undergone a nuclear apocalypse, and the last remaining humans have mutated into all sorts of humanoids. We find ourselves in Hunger City, where the privileged are living on top of the remaining skyscrapers above the nuclear shroud, while the rest are down below. The kids, left to their own devices, are busy partying, fornicating, and searching for thrills. There is nothing that grows organically anymore, so they just rewrap the old stuff to create their style. It's a clear allegory to 70s Western society, an indictment of the glam scene of 1974, and youth culture in general. The rock world, implies Bowie, has lost any originality, and descended into decadent hedonism.
To get out the Diamond Dogs.
To visualize it, Bowie enlisted the talents of Guy Pilar, a Belgian pop artist made famous for depicting the rock stars of the day living an empty lifestyle, not at all the liberators they were in the 60s. The album exists in this vacuous reality, describing present-day society as a consumer society that offers us many sweet things, but nothing that is truly exciting, rewarding and meaningful. Most residents succumb to it, but not everyone. There are some kids whose core is still pure, and they want to change their situation. They are the Diamond Dogs, and the year, he tells us, will come soon. One of them is Halloween Jack, who looks for something better, and eventually finds it. Rock and roll, the true rock and roll of the 50s and 60s, before it lost its power and became classic rock. His rock and roll rebellion, done for the sake of itself and not in order to change the world, fills his life with meaning and joy, and he even finds love in the company of those who feel like him. But there's another force out there. Life in Hunger City feels completely free, but the authorities are actually working behind the scenes, scheming to take control. In interviews at the time, Bowie talked about those clandestine forces. Not a cabal of people who sit in a dark room somewhere, but a congregation of interests that help each other get more power at the expense of the rest of us. Jack realizes that they are out there, and what's worse, he realizes that his rock and roll rebellion is actually helping them. This is because while he just wants rebellion, most people still think in modern terms, still want a utopia, So they turned any rebellion into a revolution, aimed at creating the perfect world. And this is the thing that allows totalitarians to get power.
Dress yourself, my urchin one. Boy, hear them on the rails. Because of all we've seen, because of all we've said, beyond the dead.
From this moment, the album starts borrowing its terms from Orwell. By the year 1984, it prophesizes, the society of Hunger City, which is of course an allegory for our society, will become like Orwell envisioned, and it will be the rock generation that will cause it, because they will want to create a society that encapsulates the values of the 60s, and then force it on everyone, to make it permanent. And the people will accept the new totalitarian order, because deep in their heart, this is what most people want.
Savior, Savior, shores. Hear me, I'm graphically yours. Someone to blame us, someone to follow, someone to shame us, some brave Apollo, someone to fool us, someone lucky. Won't you be brother?
Bowie's vision, then, is even more pessimistic than Orwell's. Orwell described humans as wanting freedom, but most of them are too absent-minded, too easily manipulated, to realize that they don't have it. Bowie, at this point of his life, felt that most people actually crave a strong leader, so the countercultural activities of his generation can end only in dictatorship. To bring this scary vision to the stage, Bowie decided it's time to take the rock concert to the next level. Back in August '72, as Ziggy was blowing up, Bowie already tried to do something more elaborate, staging a multi-level rock concert, with scaffolds on which mimes and dancers did their routine while he was performing below. The rock crowd wasn't ready for it then, but now, for his upcoming American tour, he designed something a lot more ambitious, bringing Hunger City to the stage. The design was inspired by German expressionist films like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari and Metropolis, thus taking us back to Weimar Germany and hinting that dark forces are about to take over. Bowie would move from one level of the stage to another, sometimes on top of the skyscrapers and sometimes on ground level, and every song had its own choreography and stage props. The musicians sat in a pit below the stage, like they do in opera, and only occasionally would the guitarists take the stage to rock. It was a dazzling experience, the first of its kind in rock music, but as he was staging it, Bowie went through yet another transformation. Diamond Dogs was about the death of rock, about how music that was once liberating now became part of the forces that oppress us. It was a dead end, but now Bowie believed he found a way out, in black soul music. 5 weeks into the tour, he packed up the whole elaborate stage and turned it into a soul music experience.
Push her down behind the fridge and lays her down. She burns to my life's one thing. Am I still too young? He takes her hand and bear. She takes his ring, takes his babies, takes his minutes, takes her nowhere. Heaven knows she'd have taken anything, cause all night she wants a young American. Young American, she wants a young American. So,
What did Bowie find in soul? Remember, his transformations were always done by appropriating a musical style that was alien to his logic, and then finding a way to fuse it with his music, creating a new synthesis. In soul, Bowie found a different approach to the individual. His starting point has always been that the individual is isolated, and trying to find a way to form meaningful relationships with others. In soul, the individual is always seen as already being part of a community. There is interplay between the soloist and the choir, and the individual feels like they are part of something bigger. Soul was born together with rock and roll, the former being the voice of black American youth as the latter was for the white youth. And at first they were very close, the sound of a generation that transcended the racial divide and wanted to establish a racially equal world. But during the 60s, they drifted apart from each other. In the title track of his new album, 1975's Young Americans, Bowie points out that both white and black youth have lost their way, but this means that they can once again relate to each other and unite around a new synthesis of rock and soul.
Do you remember President Nixon? Do you remember the bills you have to pay, or even yesterday?
This meant that Bowie turned away from theatricality towards pouring his heart out, and refrained from adopting any character, wanting to break down the barrier with his audience. He couldn't turn away from style, though. His new look was based on the zoot suit, that old expression of rebellious black American street culture, but added some white accessories, symbolizing the synthesis. It was actually just another character, and Bowie soon realized he was as isolated as ever. The new direction did make him a star in America, and he even had his first #1 hit there, a collaboration with ex-Beatle John Lennon. Lennon, at the time, was going through a period of separation from his wife Yoko, which he spent joining the Hollywood vampires in their drunken escapades, in what he later called his lost weekend. In Fame, the two superstars sing about the dark side of stardom, the stardom that Glam Bowie so coveted and eulogized. He was now comparing rock stars with fascist dictators, and talking about the death of rock. Soul, temporarily, seemed like the only positive way out.
Your brain is just the flame, burns the change, it keeps you insane.
Not everyone shared his dark view of rock music, though. Let's find out what Genesis was doing at the time. After the huge success of Selling England by the Pound, they turned to a more ambitious project, a double album that tells a story. While the band worked on the music, Gabriel took sole charge of developing the concept, the narrative, and the lyrics, and the result was The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, one of the most cryptic rock albums ever made. It sees Gabriel ditching his regular stance, that of a country boy who loves nature and occasionally assumes eccentric characters, in favor of a character, a New York street kid named Rael, a gang member of Puerto Rican descent, wearing jeans, t-shirt, and a leather jacket. But Rael wasn't just a character, he was a persona through which he excised his own inner demons. His name is similar to that of the eponymous hero of The Who's 1967 track, and probably for the same reason. Rael is looking for who he really is, and when you add "is" to the beginning of his name, you get Israel, symbolizing getting to the promised land. But the promised land, for Gabriel, was no longer what it used to be. Prior, he had a modern mindset, seeing man as a seed that needs to grow until he achieves his full potential. By identifying with a minority street punk, fighting only for himself, he acknowledged that the modern ideal is dead, and we need to find our way in a world that isn't marching towards utopia. Plus, that the idea of man was based on the European man, did not bring into account other cultures, and the result was that they were cast aside in the grand march of modern progress. The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway is a progress story, but it is a pilgrim's progress story. That is, the story of one man finding salvation.
And the Lamb lies down on Broadway.
So, what is the album about? I shall provide my interpretation. Rael is a kid with nothing but anger and vengeance in his heart towards a world that forgot him, a Latino Iggy Pop, and he wants to get his name known through setting everything ablaze. One morning, while he is in Manhattan, a freak event occurs. A cloud of dust descends over Times Square, and starts to spread in all directions. The cloud reflects things that happen inside it to the outside viewer, becoming like a movie screen, and it even picks up echoes from Broadway's past, so the movie shows pop culture icons doing their thing. Genesis is acknowledging that we are now in the pop age, in a world created by those icons and their logic. Moreover, it is acknowledging that we are in the rock and roll period, and the lyrics are full of references to rock and roll classics. Rael runs away from the cloud, but eventually gets trapped inside it, inside the pop age. There, he goes through a metaphorical journey into which Gabriel weaves his own experiences and existential inquiries, going through different rooms and caves, each representing a different aspect of life in modern society. The grand parade of lifeless packaging, to which Brian Eno contributed his voice manipulation techniques, is about how society treats us like assembly line products, everyone given a role to play, based on its needs and not on our individual qualities.
In every shade, your muscles been doing well with trade. Stamp your best in our fatality. The demons out there, personality with profit potential. Marked by a sign, I can recognize some of the production line. You'll buy a toy and labor bondage, just wrinkled wrappers on human bandage. And parade of lifeless packaging already to use. It's a grand parade of lifeless packaging.
After that, the metaphors are about the different ways people try to get out of this world, but none of them works. In Carpet Crawlers, he witnesses people crawling down a corridor, debasing themselves, because they are told that this is the only way they can get to a place which will allow them to be happy. It could be an allegory for the capitalist system telling us we must conform to achieve success, for religious figures telling us we must obey them to get to heaven, for ideologues promising us a better world if we only give them power, etc.
There's only one direction in the faces that I see. It's upward to the ceiling where the chamber's said to be. Like the forest fight for sunlight that takes root in every tree. They are pulled up by the magnet, leaving their free. The carpet crawlers, he dare call us. We gotta get in to get out. We gotta get in to get out.
Later on, he deals with different fears and desires, like love, sex and death. And all the while, there's another hero in the story, his brother John, who keeps forsaking him at crucial moments. Rael, on the other hand, goes through a spiritual transformation through his ordeals, developing empathy towards others. In the end, he risks everything in order to save John's life, but fails. As he looks down at the face of his dead brother, however, he finds himself staring into his own face. John, then, seems to actually be the old Rael, the sociopath that he now transcended, achieving salvation.
Hang on, John. We're out of this at last. Some these days, that's not your face. It's mine. It's
The message seems to be that while we can no longer believe in our ability to fix society, we can still find individual salvation. If we go through a spiritual journey informed by rock and roll records, we can navigate our way in the pop age. And the album proved to be prophetic. Released in November 1974, it somehow came at the same year that punk hatched in New York, by rockers who adopted the same look and attitude as Rael. Gabriel himself, of course, was not punk. He was merely portraying a punk, and to bring Rael to the stage, Genesis did something slightly different, relying less on costumes and more on slides that visualized the story. It wasn't as successful, mainly because it was hard to synchronize the slides with the music. The album was also not as popular as its predecessor, suffering from the usual problems all rock operas have. Meanwhile, Gabriel felt that he was outgrowing the band, wishing to go his own way. In mid-1975, after the tour ended, he announced that he was quitting Genesis and went back to live in the countryside. But the album still expressed belief in rock and roll as a force for good in this world. There was a change in the mood in those months. Glam, at first, was meant to parody the pomposity and decay that settled into the rock world, imitating classic rock in an ironic way in order to mock it. But by 1974, it came to signify that decay, became the thing to be mocked. Bob Dylan made his comeback that year, and took to the stage wearing makeup, parodying glam. By 1975, classic rock was back in the saddle, led by an exciting young talent, Bruce Springsteen. Springsteen's rock was based on expression of true passion and emotion, not the theatricality, irony and masquerade that typified glam. Meanwhile, the US was finally out of Vietnam, and President Nixon, the counterculture's nemesis, was forced to resign. The new president, Gerald Ford, worked to heal the nation, so he embraced the counterculture, to the point of inviting rock stars to have dinner with him in the White House. The 60s generation started to feel that maybe they are winning, maybe they will change the world eventually, even if it will be a slow, incremental process. Not everyone was on board, though. Some still saw darkness in the spirit of the time, and one of them was Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper the singer, not the band. Following the failure of Muscle of Love, the band wanted to scale down the theatricality, sensing where the wind was blowing. But Alice went in the other direction, and was planning something truly grandiose. Since he couldn't convince the band to go along, he did it as a solo project, with Bob Ezrin and his crew, especially the dueling guitars of Hunter and Wagner. The result was Welcome to My Nightmare, his spookiest creation to date, a concept album that brings to life a rough night of nightmares experienced by a little boy. Enlisting the help of the Prince of Hollywood Darkness, Vincent Price, he also visualized it as a TV special, aired in April 1975, and then brought it to the stage, with the same band, in one of the greatest spectacles rock has ever seen. It was a highly ambitious project, but he pulled it off. The album begins with a world of nightmares taking over the psyche of a young boy, speaking in metaphors as dreams and nightmares do. But, a funny thing, they don't seem to be children's nightmares at all. They are more like the dreams of the 60s turned into nightmares. Some Folks is a song about the hell of drug addiction, so different from the heaven that the hippies promised us drugs would bring. Sex, the other thing that was supposed to liberate us, is also shown in nightmarish colors. Black Widow suggests that sex brings death, and Cold Ethel is even more macabre, singing about the corpse of a woman he keeps in a cooler and occasionally takes out to have sex with. She's a metaphor for a frigid woman, but her name suggests another metaphor. Ethyl is the substance that alcoholic beverages are made from, implying that his alcoholism destroyed his relationship with his woman.
Come and squeeze me in your arms. Get the leather, come and freeze me with your charms.
What about rock and roll, the third element in the hippie holy trinity? It doesn't fare much better. Department of Youth describes the youth rebellion of rock and roll as a juvenile thing. This isn't what the album is about, though. The main theme, the thread running through the nightmares, is domestic abuse. Domestic abuse was not taken very seriously before the 1970s. It was still quite common for men to beat up their wives, seen as a bad thing to do, but acceptable. Lou Reed, for instance, would abuse his women, as he documented so vividly in his Berlin LP.
Caroline says, as she gets up from the floor, you can hit me all you want to, but I don't love you anymore.
This is heartbreaking and tragic, but told in a rather matter-of-fact way. Welcome to My Nightmare changes the tone, describing domestic abuse not as a tragedy, but as horror. Not the slapstick horror of films, but real-life horror for the victims who have to live with it.
Slaps you once in a while and you live in love and pain. She cries alone at night too often. Smokes and drinks and don't come home at all. Only women bleed. Only women bleed.
All my toys are broken, and so am I inside. The carnival has closed.
On the last few tracks, the true horror is revealed. The dreamer, we realize, is not a little boy, but a grown man named Stephen, a man who was probably abused by his mother when he was a child. He grew up broken inside, and everything we heard, like the addiction to drugs, came from that, and made his mental condition worse. In the nightmare, he regressed back to childhood, so he could watch the terrors of his life through the innocent eyes of a child and perceive them metaphorically. But this regression unlocked something that was buried in his subconscious all those years. When he finally wakes up, he realizes that he has been sleepwalking, and further inquiry reveals that the nightmare triggered his psychosis and made him murder his wife in his sleep.
Sitting up in my earthly bed, looking for my light. Following a trail of crimson spots that lead into the night. Suddenly I realize I saw it all through real eyes. These crimson spots are dripping from my head. And it makes me feel like a man.
Little boy, there's no need to run. You'll never find an escape. I've already told you.
The final track, Escape, finds him escaping from the horrors of real life, and the only way of escape he knows is to nightly drown his mind in liquor. Welcome to My Nightmare is a brilliant album, exposing one of the darkest things about the 60s generation. All those experimentations that this generation espoused, in sex, drugs and other dangerous and thrilling things, may have been great for some, but for those who were already broken inside, they were a nightmare. Humankind is too messed up to take such risks. They should be the domain of mentally strong individuals, not mass movements. The success of the album marked the end of the Alice Cooper band. Alice felt like he could succeed on his own, and left it behind. Which is a shame, because his bandmates, drummer Neil Smith, bassist Dennis Dunaway, keyboardist and rhythm guitarist Michael Bruce, and lead guitarist Glenn Buxton, were not just his musical accompaniment. They were actually the ones who wrote most of the songs, which Alice would then work on and adapt to his theatrical delivery. Every one of them was a creator. Everyone contributed songs that became classics, plus they had different musical tastes that accounted for the rich variety in the band's output. They were all part of the glam look as well, and they also played roles in the theatrical scenes put on by their frontman. Without them, Alice never reached the same heights of creativity again. His next LP, Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, already betrays a drop in quality. Still, there's a lot of good content, and the concept is arguably even more interesting, as this time it is Alice himself who experiences the nightmare. The character of Alice Cooper is sentenced to go to hell for all the wicked deeds he allegedly done. Once he gets there, he actually thrives for a while, battling with the devil over who is cooler. But it gradually starts to seep in that the one in hell isn't Alice, but Vince. Alice actually reasserts himself, and the track Guilty announces that he is proud of doing rock and roll, and would keep on doing it even if it means an eternity in hell. But the man behind him, Vince, is falling apart. In I Never Cry, he sings about how alcohol made him lose his emotions, his humanity.
Sometimes I drink more than I need, until the TV's dead and gone. I may be lonely, but I'm never alone. And the night may pass me by, but I never cry.
And in Wake Me Gently, he is hoping that all of this is just a nightmare, like the previous album, and begs for someone to wake him up. But no one does, and he descends into hell and takes Alice with him, as the latter is forced to give up rock and roll and do disco and show tunes instead. Mercifully, in the final track he does wake up, but not from a nightmare. He has woken up from alcoholic stupor, and the life he goes back to is the miserable life of a drunkard. The album came out in 1976 to good reviews, but the planned tour had to be cancelled due to his deteriorating condition, and the sales suffered. Alice was done with his old persona, which he felt was bringing him down. Instead, he decided to turn his drinking problem into the basis of a new persona, and created the character of Maurice Escargot, a private detective in the style of 40s crime novels and film noirs. Those hard-boiled, heavy-drinking tough guys were models of masculinity, but Maurice is a caricature by the unmasculine Alice. The accompanying LP was released in 1977, titled Lace and Whiskey. But there's no detective work anywhere on the album. There's no concept either, but there are a few themes. First, it is yet another indictment of the lifestyle of sex and drugs, while distinguishing rock and roll from them as a force for good, like he did on the previous album. Secondly, he sings a lot about the life of common folk, edging closer to Springsteen's blue-collar rock and roll. Still, there are a couple of tracks that relate to glam rock, and quite cleverly, too. King of the Silver Screen is about an overweight construction worker who dreams at night that he is a Hollywood star of the Golden Age. Dreaming about it provides escape from his hard life. But then, the song takes a twist, and he reveals what he really wants: to be a starlet of the Golden Age. Our hero is a trans woman, trapped in this construction worker's body, and yet resolving to come out of the closet and go to Hollywood to fulfill her dream. It is the usual glam story of movie stars providing us role models to follow, but here it is a role model that our delusional hero cannot possibly live up to. and all she gets from those around her is derision. Glam is not the answer for these types of people, and the song can be seen as Alice bidding goodbye to the glam era. Then there's You and Me, the leading single of the album. A moving ballad sung by a man who realizes that he will never have the glamorous life of a movie star, but he has his woman, and his simple working man's life, and that's good enough. In the promo, we see that Maurice dreams of being like one of those tough movie stars who inspired him to become a detective, but he is actually nothing but a drunkard who lives a very unglamorous life. The singing itself is done by the old Alice, but he is someone that the new Alice watches on TV, no longer who he is.
I wanna take you to heaven. That would make my day complete. But you and me ain't no movie star. What we are is what we are. We share a bed, love and TV, yeah. That's enough for a working man. But what I am is what I am. And I'll tell you, babe, well, that's enough for me.
The overall feeling is that Alice is tired of the rock star life, and now dreams of having a normal life. He envies the common folk he's singing about, wishing he could be more like them. This was the spirit of American rock in those years, trying to shake off the self-destructive lifestyle of the previous few years, but believing that rock did actually make the world better, and should continue to do so.
You and me ain't no movie star.
Having none of it was David Bowie. 1975 was a bad year for Bowie. He was living in LA now, the capital of glamour, and exposed to the dark side of Tinseltown, surrounded by the type of unsavory characters that flock to the vicinity of stars. Meanwhile, his cocaine use was reaching legendary proportions, causing rapid deterioration in his physical and mental health. His fear about an imminent fascist takeover became paranoia, and he was also showing signs of acute depression. Out of all that, he created the character of the Thin White Duke, with a style that went back to 1930s Berlin, hinting that this is where the West is at. It was a very cool persona, cool to the point of almost robotic. The accompanying album, Station to Station, describes his life of constant change as just traveling from station to station in a pointless circle, no longer being able to soar to the heights he once knew. Bowie was experiencing his most serious identity crisis to date.
Here am I, flashing no color, tall in my room, overlooking the ocean.
The artists we discussed in this chapter were the ones who were brave enough to look long into the abyss of the 70s spirit, long enough to find the abyss staring back at them, and through them. Lou Reed, David Bowie and Alice Cooper were now fighting serious addictions. Iggy Pop was even worse, a total wreck, and the Stooges disbanded, not before 2 members suffered drug-related deaths. The New York Dolls were no less of a mess, as a band and as individuals. The title of their second album, Too Much Too Soon, from May 74, summed up what rock and roll excesses could do to you, as did the band's condition. To make things worse, the album flopped. It wasn't as good as the first album, and the public was growing tired of glam. Meanwhile, at least 3 of them, Thunders, Nolan and Kane, seemed to be hurtling towards an early grave, and they were dropped by their record company that regarded them, like everyone else did, as a lost cause. Everyone except one man. Malcolm McLaren was a London fashion shop proprietor, but it wasn't an ordinary fashion shop. Inspired by 60s radical politics and by the youth subcultures, he wanted to make clothes that would shake the ruling order and create moments of joyous rebellion. His store became quite famous in the early 70s, famous enough for David Bowie to patronize it, famous enough to make Alice Cooper and the New York Dolls, when they visited the UK, hop over to buy clothes. He, in turn, had the records of these artists on the store's jukebox, and it became a hangout spot for youth drawn to the darker side of glam. Some of the clothes he made did manage to create a stir, but he knew that to truly sensationalize the prevailing culture, he needed a band. When he heard that the New York Dolls were in trouble, he flew over to the Big Apple in January 1975 and offered to manage them. He financed their rehab, probably saving their lives, and got them to start taking their music seriously again. For their new song Red Patent Leather, they asked him to create matching outfits, and he duly did, but he went further. The new look made them look not just red, but Soviet. This was par for the course for the band, which always dressed to shock, but while some Americans could tolerate drag, no American could tolerate communism. The February 75 gig at the New York Hippodrome went down in history as one of their best, but also as the last nail in their coffin, as the crowd did not accept the new look. Soon, they fell back to their old habits, and the band broke up. McLaren, however, saw this as a dry run. When he returned to London, he assembled some of the boys who used to frequent his shop, and created the Sex Pistols. The Pistols took the music that was coming out of CBGB's, added the influence of dark glam, and along with McLaren's clothes, sensationalized the nation. By 1977, the UK was in the throes of a punk uprising, which completely changed the music world. Punk declared all classic rockers, especially prog rockers, as boring old has-beens, and made them all extremely uncool. Only a handful of artists escaped the guillotine, and were eulogized by the punks as role models. The Velvet Underground, the Stooges, Lou Reed, Alice Cooper, David Bowie, Roxy Music, and the New York Dolls. All of a sudden, those weird artists became the new norm. Punk was the final blow to the modern age, the moment when it was announced to be not merely dead, but really, most sincerely dead. The punks asserted that there was no future to look forward to, and focused on enhancing the now through rock and roll rebellion. What was there to rebel against? Well, the modern idea of the universal man, which we should all aspire to become. Glam rebelled against it by building identities around what the modern mind regarded as deviancies, and thus liberated all those so-called deviants who were oppressed by the modern paradigm. The New York Dolls showed the way to the next phase. While for most glam artists, the deviancies they glamorized were something they actually felt inside, for the Dolls it was just to rebel. When they dressed in drag, it wasn't an expression of being confused about their gender, and when they dressed in red, it wasn't because they were communists. This was the punk mentality. The punks created identities around everything that conformed society regarded as obscene, unnatural, unenlightened, and unsavory, but they did so not because it was in their nature. They did it to break away from the oppression of the concept of the universal man, and in so doing, feel the thrill of breaking chains, the ecstasy of rock and roll. The problem was, this kind of rebellion could not last for long, as they made everything lose its shock value. The punks knew that, of course, because, having grown up on glam, they were aware of the transience of everything, but they wanted to experience the thrill one more time. The punk moment lasted about a year, and was over by the end of 1977. The question youth culture was faced with now was, what could possibly come next? Well, punk did open the door for the kids to create styles and identities out of their idiosyncrasies, and hundreds of bands came through that door, an avalanche that the music industry was quick to market as the new wave of rock. The earliest punk fans, those who used to hang out in McLaren's shop and help determine the punk look, were nicknamed the Bromley Contingent because several of them came from Bromley. But Bromley was also where David Bowie grew up, and many of them learned from Bowie how to stylize themselves. Some of them eventually formed bands of their own, such as Susie and the Banshees. Susie and the Banshees were one of the earliest manifestations of the goth attitude, which became a youth subculture. The goths drew from all horror media, the same media Alice Cooper drew their imagery from, to create metaphors to describe how they felt in the postmodern world. In the 80s, the conservatives were back in power, overcoming the crisis of identity by putting the individual in place of the universal man as the new ideal. But the goths were there, taking everything that they learned from glam and punk to show the dark sides of this me generation. They were the 80s successors to the dark glam we explicated in this chapter. Punk's attack on classic rock meant that many of its staples now became taboo. Elongated pieces, complex musical forms, extended solos, rock operas, spiritual quests, fantasy themes were pretty much off limits for the next 20 years, and would get you butchered in the music press if you dared to try them. The punks, and those who came in their wake, wanted records that cut into daily life, and perhaps even transformed it. The new wave was about 3-minute records, built around one musical idea, and connected to everyday reality. This was a necessary enema to the bloated classic rock world, but it went too far in the other direction, and became limiting. The concept albums, that were responsible for some of the greatest rock masterpieces, were now frowned upon as well. Basically, the only ones who were still allowed to make them after 1977 were the heroes of our tale. But in 77, they had more pressing issues to deal with. They were the heroes of the younger generation, but the question was, will they be alive to enjoy it? David Bowie didn't take long to realize that California was killing him. In 1976 he packed everything up, including Iggy Pop, and moved to continental Europe, that was less obsessed with stars and gave them some privacy. There, Bowie could do some reflection. The year of punk was essentially the year of the Diamond Dogs, which he warned about in 1974, but without the horrifying conclusion. Because the punks already internalized his warning that utopia is a bad idea, so their rebellion was actually the thing that killed the 60s revolutionary dreams once and for all. Utopianism was dead, the radical left was beaten back, so the fear that so preoccupied his music for years was now soothed. But the nihilism of punk created a host of new problems, which Bowie, as one of its originators, felt responsible for. His album Heroes, from late 1977, begins with the track Beauty and the Beast, that speaks of the duality in the human spirit, how it contains both good and bad, and how all that's happened in youth culture in the past decade brought us to a place where we have no way of telling them apart, no value that tells us it is better to do good than bad. The other tracks exist in the same state of confusion, except for one track that chose the way out. Heroes, the title track, takes place in Berlin, the divided city that Lou Reed used as metaphor for the fall of love. It tells of a boy and a girl who choose to have their romantic meeting, of all places, at the foot of the Berlin Wall, under the watchful eye of the guards. The boy is talking to his lover, relaying the desperate human condition. Yes, there are good things in the world, like the love that they currently feel, but the good never lasts. Everything becomes tainted and is eventually used to build walls of hate. There seems to be no way out until the boy realizes that this is the way out. If there will always be walls of hate, it means that love is the way for humanity to remain vital forever. If you remain faithful to love, to empathy towards your fellow humans, you will always have walls to rebel against, and thus revive yourself. Experience ecstasy, love and beauty all over again, and keep doing so forever and ever. And with this realization, he transcends the wall and breaks out in a message of eternal hope.
Stuck on I'm trying to
1977 was a pivotal year for David Bowie, a year in which he and Iggy Pop, with the help of Tony Visconti and Brian Eno, produced 4 classic albums that were not just a healing process for them, but for the spirit of youth culture. These albums showed the way forward for the new wave kids. But this is for future episodes, and for a Story of Punk series. Alice Cooper didn't possess such strong willpower. Like many people at the time, he was still refusing to admit that alcoholism is a serious problem, something that could kill you. It took an intervention from his wife and his manager, who had him committed to a sanatorium in late 1977, to get him back to his feet. While hospitalized, Alice came face to face with the kind of horrors he always sang about, but this time for real, meeting people who were living a personal hell due to their mental breakdown. Once rehabilitated, he teamed up with Elton John's lyricist Bernie Taupin, another Hollywood vampire who was now on the wagon, to describe the hellish world he met there, and the hellish inner world of an alcoholic. The result is From the Inside, released in late 1978, shortly after the alcohol-related death of their drinking buddy Keith Moon made it all the more resonant. Ezrin wasn't around to produce this time, but the personnel is a glam summit between some of Cooper's usual collaborators and some members of Elton John's old band. It is the most confessional and candid album Alice ever made, which somehow manages to be arguably his most harrowing. It opened new creative avenues before him. He then brought it to the stage, once again with great design by his wife, dancer and choreographer Cheryl. Lou Reed, meanwhile, took care of things in a far less dramatic fashion. Now regarded the godfather of New York punk, a major artist, he decided it was time to clean up his act. In 1979 he underwent psychiatric therapy and managed to put his life in order. Lou, David, Iggy and Alice will have relapses, and will take another decade or so until they finally kicked all their bad habits. But they survived. There is still one name we did not mention during this section on punk and what came in its wake. Punk turned progressive rock into a dirty word, the most uncool thing you could commit to record, and this is how it was for the next 2 decades. Although we learned since then that many new wave artists did secretly enjoy Genesis, none of them would dare admit to being so uncool as to liking a prog band. But Peter Gabriel was no longer in prog. During his hiatus, after leaving Genesis, he kept abreast of the changes in the rock world. A Springsteen concert in London in late 1975 left an indelible mark on him, and that was compounded by a Sex Pistols performance he unwittingly attended in late 76. Ready to start a solo career, he hooked up with none other than Bob Ezrin and his crew to produce his first album. The self-titled LP came out in early 77 and was up to date with the new wave, a unique blend of his surrealist lyrics, English humor and theatrical delivery with a new sounds and attitude. The first single, Salisbury Hill, is a classic anthem of rebirth, of the excitement and trepidation of embarking on a new path.
Just had to trust imagination. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Son, he said, grab your things, I've come to take you home.
Thus, Bob Ezrin helped Peter Gabriel launch himself as a solo act, survive the great punk purge, and remain relevant into the 80s. But even he couldn't help those other prog rockers, Pink Floyd. Granted, they fared much better than almost any other prog act, but were eventually brought down by Roger Waters' simplistic worldview. Mainly, his insistence to maintain the innocence of human nature and blame the system for everything. This stance ensured that the undeniable musical brilliance of the band was not matched by the content of their songs, and could offer no viable solutions. While the glam artists used makeup and characters to externalize the different facets of human nature, Pink Floyd did not show any facets while on stage. They didn't even project the charisma of classic rock bands, and preferred to let their music do all the talking. But they still had to compete with the spectacle put on by their 70s rivals, so they used pyrotechnics to dramatize the oppressive power of the system, and wow the audience. Alas, this meant that they basically portrayed the evil system as more cool and exciting than the humans rebelling against it. In 1977, while on tour with their new album Animals, Waters started to feel like a phony. The show was so grandiose and bombastic that he felt that he has become like a megalomaniacal dictator, the thing he was supposedly singing against. He reacted by writing a rock opera, and enlisting Bob Ezrin to produce it, and infuse it with the required drama. The Wall, a double album that came out in late 1979, deals with many of the themes we discussed here. It tells the story of Pink, who grows into the capitalist system which teaches him to be egocentric, emotionally stunted, and angry, and he rebels against it by becoming a rock singer. But once he becomes a rock star, these character deficiencies instilled in him by the system, compounded by his drug abuse, his growing ego, and life of touring, make him grow estranged and abusive towards his wife, who ends up cheating on him. Pink reacts by sinking into self-pity, whining about the cruelty of the world, blaming everyone but himself, and building a wall of indifference around his heart. This is a rare moment in which Waters breaks out of his usual self-righteousness into self-criticism. But Pink isn't that perceptive. He continues to wallow in his self-pity, and becomes an unfeeling monster who turns his rock show into a hateful fascist spectacle. Eventually, his conscience awakens and he puts himself on trial, finding himself guilty of building the wall of indifference just as much as anyone, and resolving to tear down this wall. The album ends on a hopeful note that we will start caring more for each other, and thus make the world better. Which means, basically, that he didn't change his stance at all. Waters indicted himself for building the wall, but he did not indict human nature. What Pink is guilty of is internalizing the inhumanity of the system, allowing it to twist his benign nature and turn him into a monster. There is no suggestion that he needs to work on his dark sides in order to become a better man. The only thing that is demanded of him, in the end, is to be more open with his emotions. Waters emerged out of the wall even more whiny, self-pitying and self-righteous, even more radical in his politics, and his radicalism eventually broke up the band. The other members soon reformed and kept going without him, still drawing large crowds, but no longer influential on the music world.
Listen.
While Pink Floyd were treading in shallow waters, the glam artists discussed in this chapter all dove deeply into the human psyche of their time, and emerged with new insights on how to deal with the postmodern world, insights that served the generations that came after them. Their journey into the heart of 70s darkness almost killed them, but their brave spirit helped them overcome their human weaknesses and survive. At the end of the decade, they were still alive, still active, still relevant, and still had a lot more to offer.